legal ride, slightly buzzed on justice and a Viking's pride. Objections flying, gales a swing, Nick just laughs, oh, what a thing. It's a slightly buzz Friday lore show, where the weirdest trials steal the show. Nick's got the verdict, he's got the flair, with a horned helmet and a lawyer's glare. Mugshots rolling like a movie reel, a pizza thief or a banana peel. He calls it absurd, he calls it wild. Your Honor, is this trial on trial? Raise your glass to the streaming king, a Viking lawyer with a legal zing. Don't sue me for fun, I'm here for the lore, and maybe one more drink before we explore. It's a slightly buzz Friday lore show, where the weirdest trials steal the show. Nick's got the verdict, he's got the flair, with a horn helmet and a lawyer's glare. Hear lawyers glare.
Hello, folks. Hello, folks. Welcome to Lightly Buzzed Friday Law Show. And I have selected 3 subjects for us for today. First, we are going to check out the Cellebrite interview of Ian Wiffin. And yeah, I guess that you have seen it elsewhere, but you really can see it over and over again, just to make sure everybody is on the same page here. And I hope that I can give you my view of things. So it's going to be amazing. Oh, look at that. We are string about can't stay long, but here's to the wheel. Thank you, Nick and Mr. Jingles. Thank you for $10. And thank you to Kat for gifting 5 memberships. Thank you so much, which brings us halfway to the first spin on the wheel of regrets. Now, to help me in this, I have my dear friend. My dear friend who I met in Miami a few weeks ago. Steve Gosney is here.
Hey, what's happening?
Hey!
Can you hear me?
We are going to have some interesting times, depending on how long you can stay. First, and he's gone. Hey!
Whoop, hello.
Hello.
Hold on a second. Technical difficulties.
Technical difficulties. I don't. You know a lot about expert witnesses and stuff, and I assume you have encountered Cellebrite before.
Cellebrite. Yeah, sure.
Yeah. And in the Karen Reed trial, they had one of their experts, Ian Wiffin, there to testify about a certain 2:27 a.m. Search history. It was interesting. Now they have done one of these promotional interviews from Cellebrite, presented on their YouTube page, where he's interviewed about his testimony, and it's interesting.
Cellebrite is interviewed? What do you mean?
Ian Wiffin, the expert who testified in the Karen Reed trial. Now, he got some criticism because there were, one of these things, it depends on what the prosecution wants out of it. That was the allegation, and now they are felt obligated to, well, let's get the record straight and let one Cellebrite employee interview another Cellebrite interview on exactly how excellent they are at what they do, which is rarely a good idea. But that's the first thing. And if you stick around, we have KS 1812 News, who copyright claim trials is our second topic. And I mean, I've been subjected to them before. Because we happen to cover the same trial, they send a copyright claim, and then I say, well, legal jargon, it's a trial. You cannot copyright court proceedings. And then they release. But now they seem to believe that they have exclusive rights to a Texas trial because they got permission from the court to record the proceedings. So they copyright claim everyone. So that is the second subject. And then as the last subject, this is a bit of your also in your wheelhouse, it's contract law. How can you enforce a non-compete clause in pro wrestling? It is former WWE superstar Andrade who was fired and then subsequently went to a different promotion and started working because somehow he believed his non-compete clause was null and void because he was fired. It wasn't.
Yeah, the non-compete clauses are heavily disfavored in the law. And as a Swedish labor lawyer,
I've encountered them from often.
Yes. Well, and it's interesting because if you think about it, there's a real disparity and problem, and there's some structural problems with employment and working. I mean, if you're an individual and you're working, you're very much at the mercy of big organizations, big companies, because you get fired and now you're zero without any income until you find a new job. And sometimes the more money that you're making, the harder it is to find a replacement job.
Yeah.
So you can go from so it's very hard. Job loss is very hard on the individual.
Yeah.
So to add on top of that some kind of advantage that a corporation might have where they're going to force you not to work, it's pretty ridiculous,
Yeah, I mean, and there are some differences between Europe and the United States where, I mean, for instance, over here, you cannot make industry-wide non-compete. You have to tailor it after your work description.
Well,
and your responsibilities.
I mean, in the U.S., it has to be. It's very limited. It has to be I understand in some cases there's a need for it. Like if you have trade secrets, if you're, you could be a spy for the competition to come and steal all the customers and all the way, and then come over and then hired by your competitor at a certain price to disgorge all of those secrets. So there is a reason for it. On the other hand, because of, thank you very much. And I saw Fiery Red was on here. Thank you very much. Yes.
Yeah. Still here.
Good. Yes. And just having, so it's a tough subject. And I have some friends who are some employment lawyers, and it's generally disfavored.
I mean, even with our way that has to be tailored around the work description, it is really hard to win. Really hard. But in this case, well, we are already talking about it. Now, this is pro wrestling in the United States. So WWE, the world's biggest pro wrestling promotion, fired Andrade after Andrade failed a few what they call wellness appointments, meaning check your vitals, don't do drugs, more or less. And he didn't appear. So after a few of those times, they kicked him out. And now I haven't seen his contract. So this is pure speculation. I've seen other contracts, but since they are also, what complicates things is that WWE, they are not employees, they are contractors, which complicates things. You're muted.
Somebody wants to quit a gig like that. I mean, what is the knowledge that you're really taking away? It's really an anti-competitive thing, and that's the reason it's disfavored in law, amongst other things. Not only does it have an individual harm, it also has an anti-competitive nature to it, which is antitrust. And one of the things, whenever I want to agree with my more liberal friends, I always start talking antitrust law, because I am a very big believer that we need to have much stronger antitrust enforcement in the United States. I really do think that, for a number of reasons. One is that I have been convinced in my many years that that big business is just as much an enemy of individual freedom as big government. And the way to defeat that is through antitrust. Second, if it's too big to fail, it's too big, because that's basically an externality enforced on the taxpayers. Taxpayers end up having to bail people out. Oh, that's I'm so out of wrestling here.
But what happened was, in this particular case, is he got fired. He thought that, and the talk in the town is that somebody at WWE told him that since he was fired, the 90-day non-compete didn't apply.
That may be.
Yeah. It depends on what's in the contract, and how he departed, fired with cause. But then again, can you be fired when you are an independent contractor? There's so many details in this that does not make sense, because it gets too complicated.
It's one of these deals that, like, here we are talking head legal commentators, right? Yeah. And one of the things is that these things are very, very dependent on the jurisdiction, on the details of what the contract actually says, what the nature of the termination is. There's a lot of very specific things. A good lawyer will not say this is the way it is without looking at all of those things, understanding what the facts are, understanding what the contract, reading
Now, apparently, what is in the contract is that if in breach of the 90-day, it becomes a year. So, according to at least the sources, which is always the sources, is that he is now banned from wrestling for a full year.
Banned from what wrestling? I don't.
All pro wrestling in the United States.
How does that? That might be an antitrust violation.
Exactly.
They got to be very careful of that. Hey, MLS Law's here. Good to see you. Oh, he wants me to drink. I can do that. It's Friday, right?
It's Friday. It's Friday.
Well, does $50 get you to the wheel of pain?
Yeah, the wheel of regrets is, we were already $25, and hey Tankrat, been a while since I catch you live. Stephen Nick, hey, 23 months. Lily, congratulations to the new job on your that's on your channel.
Yes, well, that's right. I can talk a little bit about my new job now that I'm newly ensconced. I have a new position, so I have moved from my previous position into a new position.
Yeah. We talked quite a bit about all of that when we met up.
And actually, my Swedish labor lawyer was encouraging me, because we had a lot of good. We haven't really caught up since you left Miami, but we'll talk about that. Let me go get a glass of wine.
Yeah, and I will pour myself a beer.
And then
while
we'll do some talking.
Yeah. All right. We will continue to talk about Andrade, antitrust, and enforcement of non-compete. Because first of all, you guys got me past the first spin on the Wheel of Regrets. Let's see where we stop. Dun, 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 dun. Oh.
Hot tamales. What is that?
Which I understand is quite popular in the United States. I do not
candy?
like cinnamon.
Oh, this is the candy? That's not really a regret. That's a
Yeah,
here's my wine. I will drink with you. Here, I'll give you the this
so
is
I bought these in the United States, and but I will actually gulp down 2 of these.
here's my my wine. I'll tell you about the wine that I drink.
Hmm?
It's Adolf Mueller, Peace Porter Mickelsburg, Riesling. This is a Spatzlese. Usually I get an Auslese, and this is from 2024. Adolf Mueller, Peace Porter Mickelsburg, Riesling Spatzlese. It's a German white Riesling, late age, late harvest wine from Mickelsburg, wheat Peace Porter. That's the region. And this, did you have some of my? I don't know if you had the Peace Porter. You had a sidecar, right, when you were here?
Yeah, hey, Steve got me a sidecar when I went there.
What do you think about?
I stayed at Steve's place for a few days, and then last day I started coughing, and I got a cold. And the last few days I spent in the hotel room, and then a few days later, Steve got a cold. So, yeah, sorry for that.
It happens.
No.
Right. So, but so now that you've had a chance to reflect, what is your impression of Miami?
So this is the beer I'm drinking. It's Fohammer from the Holy Goat brewery. It is, let's see here, Imperial Stout at, oh Jesus Christ, 11.2%.
This is I don't know what the percentage, it should be in here. Yeah, 7.5%.
This is stout.
Yes, well, I can say that. I'm going to tell you this between you and me. Don't tell anybody.
Yeah, folks, don't tell anybody. None of you just over 100 who are here now, don't tell anybody.
I will say that the last 2 weeks, and things are subject to change, but I finally have got my mojo back. I feel like I'm back to normal. Like the stress levels have been reduced. I feel like I'm really getting on top of my career again, because I really got derailed. Yeah. And in this last 2 weeks, I'm much happier. I gotta have a little energy back. I'm not just worn out all the time. And we talked about this, and so things are looking up. I mean, I've got my career back on track, I think, and next week things may change completely. But so
as
far,
of now,
yeah, I've greatly improved my work situation, I think, and I've been 2 weeks at my new job. And yes, I think that in Anima, Rumpuri, you may be seeing some more Ghazi streams. I'm at least going to try to be like Nik invited me on his stream. I'm at least going to try to participate more online to at least, kind of as fun, just to hang out. I was on Laid Back Law last week, and I'll try to be on there more often. And so anyway, I want to thank everybody for sticking with me and being so kind, for all the kind people. If you're a hater, turn off, go someplace else, go find somewhere else to play.
Yeah.
Leave me alone.
Do like the flying monkeys and take off. And
but in the meantime, for everybody that stuck with me and have been kind to me in this last year, I thank you very much. And I don't know, I probably am not going to be a lost streamer. I don't really, I've got to focus on my career.
Yeah.
But on the other hand, I do feel like I'm feeling a lot more positive. Things are going better, and I've got my energy, because before I was working so hard, and it was required that I do that in order
Yeah.
to learn civil law, right? Because I
Mm.
was a criminal. I devoted my career in my life, 20 years, to criminal law, and I have now been kicked and booted out of criminal law, and I'm suing the Miami Herald over that. If you
Yeah. Yeah, I have got the documents. I've been planning a reading of them for a few weeks now, but it seems for every year when I threaten my employer to, I think I'm done soon. I need to. I tend to get more work. So yeah, past 6
Well, and
months.
you know what? I don't know how many people are you, and you're welcome to go through the complaint. You know, I do feel like I finally got a pushback, because
Mm,
I was unceremoniously canceled
yeah.
by the criminal bench and by the Miami Herald, really, at
Mm,
their instigation. It was very, very hard on me. Um, and I would, because I was holding on to my job, I could, and they told me I could not respond.
mm,
The allegations just simmered out there, right? So, but now I've shot back. I've laid it out in a complaint about exactly what they did to me, and you know, it was all the Miami Herald. There was no secret. There was nothing else. It was all the Miami Herald's doing that
mm,
took away my criminal law career.
yeah.
So in the meantime, I've been, you know, working with a lawyer to draft the complaint. It's very complex, and I want it to be precisely
Mm,
truthful, which
yeah.
every word of that complaint is. And then I have to relearn civil law, because I did civil law for 6 years before criminal, and I went into criminal to get my trial experience and get my, you
Yeah.
know, court
Well,
experience.
mission achieved.
And now I'm back to civil. So what can I say? So cheers
Yeah.
to you, friend. God bless you, and thank you for your good advice.
Mm,
I did take it, and I think you know more than most people out there.
yeah. Cheers.
Cheers to you.
Mm,
So,
cheers.
so it was ridiculous. Lily's
Mm,
right. It was a ridiculous thing, but it was kind of peak cancel culture. You
yeah.
know, run up to the election
Yeah.
of Trump. But I'm just an ordinary schlub,
Yeah.
and I have to turn. You know, I got to look out for my family and my career, and so I was able to jump over to civil and restart my career in a different patch and start a new
Mm,
adventure. And
yeah.
and I learned it. I worked very hard for a year, and I was worn out, but did a good job. But then another opportunity came along, and I seized it, and I think it's so far so good.
Mm. I mean, I, I don't often refer to the good book, but I mean, sometimes you need I don't remember the quote or whatever, but sometimes the struggle has to come before the reward. And you had a rough year and a half, and but now looking up, looking up. So good on that, and it
Yeah.
it was fun to sit down and talk about, because often I seek the advice of you because I cover criminal trials and everything, and all of a sudden it became a bit reversed because
Right. I'm
you
asking you labor employment stuff.
yeah. So that was fun. That was really interesting, and also a bit rewarding to be able, because I mean I've told you before, I look up to you immensely, and I believe you are one of the genuinely good people here, and so yeah, it was.
Well, and you got to meet my family and my
Yeah, I did.
and I'm very blessed. And I will tell you, even though you did get to meet me and my family, you got also you got some insight into my life, which most
Yeah.
people don't have. But I was really tired and down at that point. Yeah, I mean, even though I was better, I was still worn out from the job I was doing. And so the new position, I've got a lot more flexibility. I'm not having to keep my hours, which is killer. That's really difficult, doing hourly stuff. I have a nicer situation in a lot of ways. But anyways, but what did you think about Miami? What is your impressions of Miami now that you're away?
I mean, it's a beautiful city, and I wish because the final 3 days I was supposed to just walk around or take an Uber somewhere, and I couldn't. So I feel I missed out. So which means I kind of have to come back at some point.
You're always welcome.
Yeah.
Always
Well,
welcome.
not next year though, because I'm planning a northeast road trip for next year.
So people know, man. He's an adventurer. You did tell me, and I asked. I said, "Do you want to see?" And you were like, "Yes, yes to everything." That's what you were like. And so we did. I mean, I drove you around the world. I drove you over the Everglades. We went to see alligators and all over Miami. So
So I kind of have to come back. I kind of have to
well,
say hello.
We did see you got to. We went to a great cigar store on 8th Street.
Yeah, we did.
We went to several actually, but the first one we went to was really your place. You picked it out for me, and then we did. That was really fun. I took you around to all the really ritzy, expensive neighborhoods.
Yeah, and folks, I mean, there are places and there are places in Miami. You go to a neighborhood, oh, this is upscale, and then we drove a few blocks, and then, okay, this is old money.
Yes, and then you've got old. Then you've got like ridiculous money. I mean, there's the old money, there's the rich people, there's the old money, and then there's the ridiculous money. And so we kept kind of amping it up. And I was telling you, like Coral Gables, if I was to, I mean, it's now we have some neighborhoods here that are now the wealthiest neighborhoods in the whole entire United States. And I understand it. Actually, we surpassed Beverly Hills, and I get it, because if you're in the United States, there's very few places that you can go that are tropical, right?
Yeah.
I mean, you could maybe Hawaii, but South Florida, right? So so if you want tropical weather, we're in Florida. You're in the United States. You have freedom. There's no inlet. If you're down in the Coral Gables way, you can get in a boat and you can be in the Gulf Stream fishing, the best fishing in the world, 2 miles off the coast, or a few more miles and you're in some of the greatest reef scuba diving in the world. No inlet. You're in Biscayne Bay, so there's no inlet to navigate. Very wealthy area, very controlled. You're next to a huge metropolitan city with all kinds of Latin American flavor. I mean, there's just so many reasons why Miami and Coral Gables is what it is, and it's very impressive. Jupiter Island, yes, is still up there in money. Jupiter Island, Ponte Vedra, Palm Beach, those are also. I mean, Florida has some very wealthy areas. Naples, on the other side, is pretty wealthy too. But I can say Coral Gables is unbelievable. And
I recommend that if you are in Miami and rent a car or something, just drive around Coral Gables. It is an experience.
Yeah, and every home, Coral Gables is a 40 square mile neighborhood where almost every house is over $1 million.
Yeah,
and we went to the real nice part of Coral Gables where there's houses that are $20-30 million a piece every year.
And it's just ridiculous. I mean, and the type of housing are Greek, Italian, Cyprus inspired, Mediterranean inspired, for obvious reasons maybe. And I mean, up here in Scandinavia, we really don't have that for obvious reasons. But I mean, the size of the houses here now, it also depends on the neighborhood and everything. But I mean, I could buy an old school the same size like one of these mansions in Coral Gables for if I go inland and up north for maybe $150,000.
Unbelievable. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, here you can't get, I mean, you can't get, there's a house next door. It's a 3-bedroom, 2-bath house. The one next door to my house.
Yeah.
3-bedroom, 2-bath, and it's okay. It's a nice house, you know, but it's a little, you know, 3-bedroom, 2-bath house. It's $1.2 million.
Yeah. Now we have those places too, especially here down south, along the coast. We have the houses, you have the villas, then you have the mansions, and then you go up in stupid money. I think we had the sale of one in Båstad, which is old money, really old money, and it was for about 150 acres, Swedish acres, so times 3 or times 4 in American acres, and it went for, I believe, $12 million.
Well, and
But
let's bring it back down to like real world, like real people like you and me. You know?
Yeah.
I would highly recommend. I know you're thinking about maybe highly recommend. Look at West Virginia. Everybody's moving. It's like the least populated state. Everybody's fleeing West Virginia. I love West Virginia. I will say I'm an honorary hillbilly, and they've got houses there. You can get a house on a piece of land for $100,000 or less. I mean, I think that the countryside is gorgeous. I love the West Virginian people. It's very Catholic. They're very much freedom loving, and they stick by. I've always loved West Virginia, and I might retire there. I don't know, or at least get a vacation home. I'm not sure, but I'm a West Virginian at heart. You know, it's you ever heard John Denver song? You know, West Virginia, Mountain Mama.
Yeah.
Country road.
That was a while ago.
Oh yeah, that's the way I feel about it. So. And hopefully with my new job, I'm going to actually get to travel and move around a little bit. You know, before I was working basically every day, every week, and killing it. But yeah, country roads take me home. That's right.
Yeah.
Christy Lou, are you a West Virginian, or are you just being nice?
I mean, I told Steve, someday I hope I can at least semi-retire and have myself a plot of land, build a little cottage on it. And I'm looking at maybe Tennessee, Kentucky, but you have West Virginia. I mean, we are still talking roughly the same weather and same kind of area. And maybe even North Georgia, up closer to the Appalachians and stuff like that. So yeah, but also I know what I have to sacrifice because of the government pension and everything. So I already told people that for me to actually retire to the United States, I need roughly 1.6 because the dividends will put me in a good spot. And folks, I'm nowhere near that. I'm just saying it's not even close. I mean, yeah. So please subscribe.
Please, we got to make him an American refugee here, right?
Yeah. And I mean, folks here, why? United States, all the things. But folks here, we only know what we read, and we only read the bad stuff.
But Eddie, but I love the way that you're visiting the U.S. because you are doing it. You are seeing the real U.S., not just what, like you say, people, New York, San Francisco, the same old things. I mean, you went and visited southern Utah, which I'd say is one of the most beautiful things I've ever seen. And then I love southern Utah. And you went up and down kind of through the middle of the country. Miami is its own little world, very Latin American, Spanish influence, right?
Yeah. And I was hello, Mr. Jingles. And I was amazed when we actually checked a map. I mean, Miami is the entirety of Southeast Florida. It's
Right.
my,
Well,
it's
the
my, yeah.
Miami-Dade metro area, really, Miami-Dade and Broward, the two counties here, are kind of their own region. It's hard for people, and as somebody who's a visitor from Europe, they don't understand the regions of the United States.
Yeah.
We have the South, but
Yeah.
the South is a huge, huge area from Virginia all the way over to Arkansas, all the way down to Florida, right? Once you hit Broward County, even Palm Beach County, and that's America, right? Then you get into Broward and Miami-Dade, and it is a different region of the country. It is a Spanish-influenced country. I mean, we live right just off 8th Street here, which is Calle Ocho, and there's people that don't speak any English at all. And we have a lot of Spanish-speaking, of great Latin American influence, and it's just a different region. Of course, you went out west. There's the Western region. There's New England. There's much different regions of the U.S. and you're seeing the people, the real people of America, make it work.
Yeah, because I mean, when I drove south to north last year, I mean, I went into these roadside diners, and I took a detour just to see. Oh, I wonder what's over there. And I when I saw that big billboard in North Georgia about the Sasquatch Museum and Research Center, and I mean, yeah, and wonderful people, absolutely wonderful people.
Yeah, and this is why, I love West Virginia, because of the people. I mean, and the nature is great. If you like to hike, and I'm kind of a hiker, although I'm having some issues lately, getting older, but I do like hiking. I love the mountains. I love the greenery, but I also really love the people of West Virginia, because it is a poor area, but everybody, they'll help you. It's like they talk with you. They're friendly. There's a lot of Catholic people there. There's a lot of faith, and hey, Billy. Yeah. So anyways, I'm just talking. I mean, one of these days, we always talk and talk and talk. I have a very close friend. I've spent.
Why are you biting my hand, Mr. Jingles? Is it because you're not allowed to boop my shoulder? Yeah, I kind of injured my shoulder because in the barn, there's a junior four-wheeler, and I had to move it, and I'm old and stupid, so of course I lifted it. And I lifted it there, so I should be 10 years ago. So I should be, and I'm 10 years older, and so my shoulder went crunch. But it's now the swelling has gone down, and it feels better. I can at least move my arm. So
hey, we got Christy Lou is in the chat, and she is an honorary. She is a West Virginian. You see there. So. Yeah,
we are all related.
I have a joke. Can I tell a joke?
Sure.
I don't ever have jokes. I'm like, when I get a joke, I got to tell it because I'll forget it. But I thought this one was pretty funny. I don't know even where I picked it up, but it was. So there's this old man, and he's I'll make it a West Virginia joke, right? Old man, and he's going up to the stream out in the country, right? And he sees these three young ladies, lasses, skinny dipping in the lake, right? And so he's coming up, and then they see him, and they go to the deeper end, and they say, "We see you. You're trying to, see us, and we know what you're doing. We're not getting out of here until you leave, you pervert," right? And that's what they're yelling at him. And so the old man just walks up, and he's a clever old tyke, and he says, so he thinks for a second, and of course they're very pretty young ladies in the skinny dipping in the lake. And he says, "Oh, don't worry, I'm not going to do anything. I'll be on in just a second. I'm just here to feed the alligators." So anyway, it's not that great, but I'm very, so rarely do I get to tell a joke. I forget that I felt like pretty smart old dude. It was pretty good thinking on his feet there.
And once I overheard a couple of coworkers talking about the Viking football team. And in my head, I was thinking they just came by to say hi. Yep, they did. Oh, now where were we? Yeah.
Well, what else did we do in Miami? So we got to
Oh.
see all the ritzy neighborhoods. Caliocho and the cigar place was great.
We went out to dinner, and we smoked cigars.
Went to Miami Beach.
Yeah, and we did some cruise ship spotting.
Oh yeah. We ate lunch, or was it lunch or dinner at the right there as the ships go out, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
that was pretty cool, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was.
And you and I went to see the inlet,
the whole over inlet, folks. The whole over inlet channels is a guilty pleasure of mine, because the whole over inlet is, let's just say, it's not optimized for traffic, because you have the wind that wants to blow the water out, but you have the ebb and flow that wants to take water in and out, so it creates very strong currents and interesting waves. And there you have.
We saw that, and we saw that at and it's funny because we both have this guilty pleasure of this boats versus haulover channel.
Yeah.
And so and you said, like, because I've been telling my wife and son, I said, let's go see haulover inlet, and they're like, yeah, we don't want to see that. I don't know. I'm just they're just not into it. So we've never done that. And then Nick says, oh, I want to go see haulover inlet. I'm like, all right. So we left the wife and son back at home, and me and you went up to see haulover inlet.
Oh, it was so good. It was so much fun.
And we got to see some of the boats leaving. But see, this is when you're in Coral Gables, you don't need to deal with haulover inlet, because you can just go right into Biscayne Bay. There's no inlet to go. You're just in the ocean. So it's right there at the end of Florida. Whereas if you're up a little bit further, Miami Beach area, you want to go out over haulover. Now, what did you think about Miami Beach? Did you listen?
Oh, the Minnesota Vikings can be my pallbearers, so they can let me down one last time. Oh, that's dark. Oh, all right. Well,
we ate it at a place at Miami Beach too. What was it? We had that. I think that's where we had our cigar, right?
Yeah. I don't remember the name of it. Is close to where that designer was killed.
Right next to Versace Mansion. What was the name of that restaurant we went to on Miami Beach? What was the name of the Miami Beach restaurant we went to?
Oh, it's the Havana 1774.
Something like Havana 1774 or something like that. Yeah, something like that.
No, I did not get to try a Cuban sandwich, but I ate a Peruvian for the first time.
Oh, right. We went to Peruvian, which is, I'd say Peruvian's one of the best foods in the country. Oh, you brought the wrestler guy back up? I thought we talked about the wrestler guy.
Yeah, but not entirely finished with...
Feed the Swede.
Yeah. Feed the Swede. Yeah,
who came up to Feed the Swede?
Yeah, Steve Goss Jr. came up with the Feed the Swede slogan. So if you like my content, if you want to support the channel via PayPal, you just point your thing. I have no idea how that works, but it's a code, and you get directly to my PayPal support.
Yeah. So, oh yeah, I need to check my Rumble. I'm sorry. Thank you, Anna. I'm going to check Rumble to see if there's somebody chatting over there, because, oh gosh, this strange, all this stuff.
Now, what's interesting about the Andrade case is this, because I've been involved in non-compete clauses. I mean, I don't even have a number of times, because it is quite common, and it's, for some odd reason, a number of companies wants to have it applied to people who actually doesn't have they're not involved in the secrets. They are not involved in they are not central. That more or less middle management type of people, and really, it's but sometimes if breach of this, yes, there can be applied penalties, but depending on what's in the damn contract. Folks, read what you're signing. If it's unclear to you when you read it, call a lawyer.
An
So
employment
you
lawyer specifically, and I actually have a buddy who's a good employment lawyer in Miami. But Lord of the Ree, thank you for your Rumble rant. And can I make a plug for Lord of the Ree? Is a musician, and he's doing quite well. He's really pretty good. He's doing some different new stuff. So I'll always salute my fellow musicians.
That reminded me, because I am I not? I am on Rumble. I'm streaming to my Rumble channel. I don't get the chats from Rumble.
You gotta pull it up and check it occasionally, and that's what I just did because Lord of the Ree gave me a Rumble rant.
Yeah, but I see his Rumble chat is here, but I don't see mine, and I don't know how to get those up to StreamYard. But I seen on your channel you get them, so I have no idea.
I don't know. I don't know what's
I have the static key, and the link is to just when I'm live, and that's supposed to make it work, but it doesn't for some odd reason, and I don't know why. Oh well. But back to Andrade. This penalty he got for breach of the 90-day clause, because apparently he trusted somebody said something, he trusted it, signed with another promotion, and started working on TV. Of course, they enforce it. But here's what's odd is apparently in his contract, it went from 90 days, which is interesting in itself. Because if you want to challenge a non-compete clause, it takes longer than 90 days. Hence is why I believe that's why they have the 90 days, because it's too bothersome to challenge. But the 1 year industry ban, as you said, if challenged, I do not think that's enforceable.
No, and in fact, that's whoever's advising that company needs to be careful, because that to me is an antitrust thing. That's a group boycott, and people need to be careful of that stuff. But, I don't know anything about, I'm an old school wrestling fan, when I'll tell you, I have a little story about when I first got into wrestling. I was a little kid, and we had black and white TV, and it was, there was 3 channels we had, and hold on a second. And then, hold on a second. Let me close this door. So, so we had, and I remember watching like Florida Championship Wrestling, and this, there's like 5 people going, yay. And there was Ric Flair versus Kevin Sullivan, and these kind of crazy matches that were very low brow, right? And I was like, oh, this is odd. And then I remember seeing the first show, it was on network TV. It was like the Super Channel, was Turner's Super Channel. And he said it was Superfly Jimmy Snuka versus Bob Backlund in Madison Square Garden at this steel cage match for the title. And that was so great, and I remember it was Madison Square Garden. And it was like, it was the people, Superfly Snuka really did jump off the top of that cage. And I was dumbfounded. I was like, whoa, what is this? And so I was really into it. And I got into like, Iron Sheik and, Hulk Hogan, of course, and, all the greats from that time, Andre the Giant. And then, but I always tried to figure out what the rules were. I could never figure out.
Oh, no, don't even try, because it depends on the match. It depends on the referee. I mean, and people who says it's fake, no, it's scripted. Scripted is different than fake, because these
I mean, they
people,
really are jumping off the top rope or whatever, and
yeah,
there's a lot of athleticism and skill and talent there, but they're not really kicking people in the head. I mean, that's kind of ridiculous.
no, I mean, and the few times stuff like that happens, it's called a botch, and then you more or less okay, the people who got botched, then they can give a receipt. It's called, where they are allowed. Yeah, you did bad, so here's a real punch in the gut and stuff like
it's
that.
kind of a strange. It's a strange thing, but
It's a bit of.
Jacob Castro says there's rules, right? The thing is, there is a referee there.
Yeah.
And they are saying something, this is maybe it's my lawyer mind at work when I was 12, but I mean, I was like, what's this rules? And of course, the announcers wouldn't help any, because they'd always say like, well, this is a Texas no holds barred match, and that means traditional rules don't apply. I'm like, well, what are the real rules?
Well, the no holds barred means you can bring in weapons, like weapons into the ring. You can have people interfere. So the normal things that normally you get disqualified for, you don't get disqualified for. But then again, often you don't get disqualified for that either in normal matches either, because it's scripted that way.
Well, and there's a lot of drama, and it's somebody, I think Jordan Peterson explained it when, if you've heard him talk about professional wrestling, it's fascinating because I've never quite understood the appeal, although I knew it did have an appeal, right?
Yeah.
But he was saying that it's sort of this drama play act of good versus evil, and sometimes evil wins, and you don't need to read a book in order to tune into the wrestling, and you can just watch it and get into the little drama.
It's often overly obvious who is the bad guy, and if you're unsure, listen to the audience. They will tell you.
If you don't quite know, if you're not really into wrestling, or maybe you're or I don't know, I've got a recommendation. Watch the movie called The Sheik. It's a documentary on the Iron Sheik. It's wonderful.
Oh, it's amazing. I've seen it. And the Iron Sheik, in the height of the Gulf War, he portrayed an Iraqi general of sorts.
Well, and he was an Iranian, but
yeah. And he got so much heat, he had to wear body armor. He had to be escorted to and from the ring. And he is probably the best heel of all time.
Best heel of all time. And, like you said, he would sell out arenas because everybody wanted to see their local hero beat the Sheik because they hated him so much. Right? It's like, boom, boom. And what's great when you see this documentary on the Iron Sheik is that not only was he was great because first of all, he was a real character. And it takes brilliance on the part of the McMahons to say, look at this guy and say, you've got talent and you're going to get a cash in. Yeah. But the other part of that is that he was actually a coach and an American Olympic wrestling coach and won a medal as an amateur in wrestling for America.
Yeah.
He was part of the bodyguard team for the Ayatollah, not the Ayatollah, the Shah of Iran.
Yeah.
And he was a very patriotic, God-fearing, America-loving patriot, which was so odd. He had some tragedies in his life, but a great human story about the Iron Sheik. Highly recommended The Sheik.
Now, I saw a bit up here from Fiery Red. Vern was such a nice guy when I knew him, was so sad near the end. He was still super fit and strong. I had Alzheimer's and killed another nursing home patient. The only Vern I know in wrestling, that's Big Van Vader. and it's not
Well,
that long ago he
it wasn't
passed.
Vader, because Vader has actually became like a mayor of a town up in
No, not
Kane.
you're saying that's Kane.
Oh, you're right. You're
The
right.
guy with the red mask and stuff. No, Big Van Vader. He also had a kind of mask, but he was earlier than. No, he was contemporaneous with Kane. He worked a lot in New Japan.
Here, Barry Red answer. Vern Gagne.
Oh, Vern Gagne. Okay, so not okay. Different Vern. Different Vern.
Yeah, first best Gigi says Dusty Rose. I got to see Dusty Rose live. Florida's got a lot of, Hulk Hogan lived in Florida, and Ric Flair lived in Florida. I actually met Ric Flair when I was in Daytona. He was a character, I remember we met him at Outback Steakhouse, and he was there with his family, and he had like the biggest table at Outback, sitting up at the front of the table, and there's like all these people lined up with that big white hair he had. It was great.
Yeah, Big Van Vader. I mean, outside of WWE, he was a monster heel. Sadly, WWE didn't. He had almost a run, but then all of a sudden, the McMahon's Vince decided, no, that guy scares you, and all of a sudden, all the magic was gone, and I was so bummed out about it. I was the same with just a few years ago when Sting made the leap to WWE, and they decided for some screwed up reason that they made him lose to Triple H at WrestleMania. And that was so the wrong call.
Well, like you talk about the Montreal screw job, which I think is hilarious, because
Bret Hart.
Bret Hart, right?
Mm.
Bret Hart was going to retire with the title.
Yeah.
And this is where the referees came in. Who was it? Vince McMahon didn't want the title leaving with him. So he said what did he say? He tapped out or something before.
Yeah, he tapped out from Boston Crab that Shawn Michaels put him in, and the match was scheduled for Bret to win. That at least was what Bret Hart was told, but no. And then he spat in the face of Vince McMahon at ringside, and with that, Vince McMahon, the heel, was born, because before that, he was just an announcer and the owner of the company. So that became a storyline in itself.
Yeah, it's basically this whole wrestling thing is drama. Well, I will say that, I've been watching a lot of strongman. One of the strongmen, actually the person that won Strongest Man on Earth, was a fellow named Evan Singleton, called the T-Rex. And he was a professional wrestler. But he left professional wrestling because he hurt his neck, and they said that if he hurt his neck in that same spot, he could be paralyzed. Yeah. So he went into strongman, and he just recently won Strongest Man on Earth in Colorado, and he's really an incredible strongman and a powerful man, very enthusiastic. But he brings that wrestling kind of jive to it, where he talks and gets into things and little dramas and stuff. The neat thing about strongman is, first of all, it's real.
Yeah.
People know Thor from Iceland. That's the one. That's the strongman everybody knows. They may know Eddie Hall also, or Brian Shaw.
Brian Shaw. But I mean, the combination between World's Strongest Man and wrestling, Mark Henry won, I believe, Arnold. The first Arnold.
And Mark Henry was a legitimately strong guy.
Yeah, I mean, he had
there's no money in strongman as a sport, and so if somebody really wants to make money, they go into this entertainment. But but the wrestling is entertainment.
Mark Henry won Olympic silver in weightlifting, and he at one point, I think he had the combined record in powerlifting. Now it has been surpassed since then, but I mean, he's legitimate. Yeah, he's a big guy and a
He's a
strong guy.
legitimate, a strong man and a strong person. Another one that's in MMA is what's the MMA fighter? He won 5 World's Strongest Man. Mariusz Pudzianowski. Have you ever heard of
Yeah.
him?
Yeah, I heard of him. And
Yeah,
Eddie
and
Hall,
those-
Eddie Hall went up against him and knocked him out about a year ago.
well, that's
in-
true, but Eddie Hall's much younger, and
Yeah.
Pudzianowski's kind of fading. But Pudzianowski is a beast, and he's a very physical. He's quite a physical specimen, probably the best looking physique of any strongman. Not the biggest guy relatively. Oh, Nick Foley, I tell you, probably I'd say the peak of all wrestling was after I kind of got out of it, but it was the Undertaker versus Nick Foley.
Nick Foley, hell of a cell, hell in a cell. When they climbed up and he threw him off.
Incredible.
Yeah.
And if you want to see, I mean, that is really neat. Have you seen the video with Mick Foley and
when they
talking and
Undertaker
watching the show?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That. I mean, what can you say about? I enjoy pro wrestling because it is very easy. You don't really have to watch it all the time, but you can just, if it shows up on my Netflix. Oh, who's that? Oh, the audience loves that person. Okay, good guy. Next person comes out, huge boos. Okay, now I know. And it's violent kabuki. Because everything in there is scripted. Yeah, but so is theater. It's just that these people throw themselves off the top of the cage sometimes. Oh.
Fun
All
stuff.
right.
Fun stuff.
Fun stuff. Okay, so we took things a bit out of order. We talked about Andrade, and again, it's hard to say when you don't see the contract, but I doubt if he challenged it, because there is a precedent. In 2005 or 6, Brock Lesnar left WWE and joined UFC. Well, he left WWE, and he was allowed to because he was going for a football career. But he didn't, no team picked him up, so he signed a contract with UFC. And WWE tried to enforce their non-compete clause, because even though it's a different sport, it's still, you can't work for another company. And he challenged it, and WWE lost. So there is a kind of precedent.
And rightly so. And rightly so.
Yeah.
And rightly so. I'm for the individual.
Yeah.
It's hard enough to get a job and make a career, much less have your former employer harassing you. Come on.
Yeah. Now, WWE can make these deals, and I know AEW has kind of the same kind of deals, because it's a major promotion. You can earn a lot of money in WWE that you can't do in the indie circuit. So but can they enforce it? Yeah. Can it survive a challenge? Maybe not. But then again, what promotion will pick that wrestler up after that? So it's
Slidey Pie's in the in the Rumble
hey,
show. Slidey Pie, she read my entire book. Yeah, that's right. She's the entire book, front to back. So you don't even need to buy it. You can just go listen to it and have Slidey Pie. It's funny. She's in the closet. It feels like it's some kind of secret.
All right. Now let's get back to scheduled.
Next topic. And we still, this is a fundraising stream for Nick here, because he's got to move to things. So we're out of.
For me to be able to move and retire to the United States, I need 1.6 and
1.6 million, which you can write a check.
Yeah, pledge doesn't count. We all learned that from that we heard trial. Just kidding. I'm doing okay, but In order for you to get me to, this is the entertainment. Every 50 combined $50 in supers, gifted memberships, or via PayPal gets you a spin on the wheel. We already have one. And I believe we are $20 away from the next spin on the wheel of regrets.
And the next spin, I will join Nick in the drink. I'll go get a sidecar. Although I'm not sure, I got to say, the wine bottle that I finished. This was about a half a bottle, but I pretty much finished that. But I'll join you in the next spin with a sidecar. But I'm not sure how long I'll be able to go today.
Yeah,
but
but
here we are.
okay. So, but here we go with Cellebrite. Cellebrite is a very well known. Almost every prosecutor in the United States in criminal cases uses Cellebrite because they have a program that gets into your phone and tells where were you when you did this, more or less. But it became a bit of a hassle in the Karen Reed trial when about a 2:27 a.m. Search history was long to die in cold, which Cellebrite argued no, it's more or less it's a ghost search. The real search was at 6:30 in the morning, but since for some odd reason, since the tab was open all the time and then closed, it backdated to 2:27 a.m. And I've never heard of that before this trial, that it was such a thing. Haven't heard it after this trial either, that it was such a thing. But here is Cellebrite trying to rectify Ian Wiffin, who testified in the Karen Reed trial.
This case is like a super onion.
Infamous Google search cost long to die in the cold.
Cellebrite updated Fiscal Analyzer.
This Google search became a pivotal piece of evidence for the defense.
So this is from Cellebrite's
Hello
own YouTube
everyone
channel.
and welcome to a special edition of Ask the Expert. I'm Heather Barnhart and I'm here with Ian Wiffin.
Yeah, and Heather is herself a forensic data analyst. If you're going to do an interview, my general advice is you use somebody who can who actually does that for a living. Maybe you might understand why in a while.
The infamous genius who was tied to the Karen Reed trial. We are here for the very first time to discuss this with you.
We are coming on the air with breaking news. Karen Reed walking out of court with hand over heart and a major win in her murder trial redo.
Just to catch you up, in case you've lived under a rock or avoided social media and the news, Karen Reed is a Massachusetts woman who earlier this summer was acquitted of murder in her boyfriend's tragic death. This was her second trial. So Ian, I believe the first trial ended with a hung jury and it was a mistrial. So she had to go through it twice. You had to go through it twice. More of her.
Let's just say, production-wise, they could do better. Cellebrite is a multi-billion-dollar company. I am not. I actually believe I could do better.
Background. Her boyfriend, John O'Keefe, was a Boston police officer. And in January of 2022, he was found dead in the front lawn of another Boston police officer's home in a Massachusetts suburb in the early morning hours in the middle of a blizzard. I'm not going to get into the details of all of the basics and the foundation of this case. You have read it, you've heard it. I'm sure Ian will allude more to the digital evidence and what that spoke for. But the prosecution accused Karen of driving drunk and backing into John with her SUV and then fleeing the scene, leaving him to die in the snow. The defense said that Karen Reed was innocent and dropped John O'Keefe off at home and left. They said he was beat up.
No. She dropped him off at the Albert's house for an after party and then left and drove home. How can you not? This is a production. How can you get facts wrong in a production?
And I'll say that I am not up to speed at all in the Karen Reed trial. I've been working and not paying attention to these things. The next trial that I might pay attention to is the OnlyFans murder trial, where we visited the condo, right?
Yeah.
But tell me, give me a summary of what your opinion is now that it's over.
Now, when it's over, I believe that initially I understand why the cops thought it happened the way the prosecution later described it. Problem is that he was found deceased on the lawn of another law enforcement officer. The cops never went into the house of the law enforcement officer. It was known that, at least at the time, that Karen Reed drove there after they went to 2 bars. She drove there, let him off. She claims she saw him walk in and then drove home or back to his house. The natural thing would be, let's fucking knock on the door. They never did. The reason was, we would never have gotten a search warrant. Seriously. You knock on the door, you ask, because I've seen it dozens of times. Cops knocking on the door, hello, may we enter? You don't actually need a search warrant to knock on the door and ask. They never went in there, and they didn't interview any of the people who was inside that house the night in question until days, weeks, or even months later. So even if everything happened the way the prosecution claimed, there were so many mistakes in this that I would have voted not guilty anyways.
Well, and so what you're saying is that she was not guilty beyond a reasonable doubt, and it sounds to me like they didn't have evidence. They had a theory, and they were trying to force the evidence into a theory, which is what happens a lot of times. Prosecutors and cops do this, and human beings do this. They're a subset of human beings, and that is that they have a theory and they want the evidence to reflect what they think happened. But what are some alternative theories now that you've heard the evidence and you watched the trial? What are some alternative theories of what could have happened? Because somebody killed him, or he died somehow. So what are the other potential ideas that could have happened to this guy?
Now, what was later found out was that Karen had been flirty with another man. That man was inside that house. And a couple of weeks before this, she ghosted him. Meaning, I mean, a scorned, hopeful lover is not a bad motive. And there is a discrepancy in time regarding when did she drop him off and when did his phone actually stop moving. It can be everything from 15 minutes to 30 seconds, more or less.
Now, wasn't there also some sort of deal with, because you showed there was a picture of his arm with some scratches.
Yeah, they claimed those scratches came from her right rear car lights.
Yeah, and when I saw that, I mean, and I'm not an expert on it, but I've seen enough bodies and what happens to bodies that those injuries were not caused by what they said. It looks to me much more consistent with an animal or something else.
Yeah.
So what are your thoughts on that?
And in the house was what they claim was a German Shepherd. But it is possible that was a German Shepherd mixed with Belgian Malinois. And if there was a fight in the house, what does a German Shepherd and Belgian Malinois do? Protect the owner. What do you do when you get attacked by a dog? Yeah. So my theory is there was a fight. I don't know who made the final blow that made him probably fall back and hit the back of his head onto a hard surface. That was not the lawn, because that was also the state theory, that the lawn was frozen solid, and when he fell back after being hit by the car in a completely different angle, by the way, laws of physics, because if he landed on the lawn maybe 10 feet in, he had to be struck in a way that made him go that way.
Well, let me back up for a second, because again, I did not follow this at all. And for you Karen Reed geeks, please excuse my ignorance.
No worries, no worries.
I will have a question, and I want to say to Slidey Pie, I thank you very much for the Rumble rant. And he says, do another spin. I want to see Steve drinking sidecar.
Yeah,
so
because I saw.
Yes.
Yeah, because with Palmyra's 10 gifted memberships, thank you very much, we actually passed.
Oh, no, really? Because I'm telling you, I'm feeling a little dizzy. So you think the $5? Well, but before you spin, let me ask this question.
Yeah.
As a Karen Reed follower, and maybe your folks here are into it. Make the best case for the state, because from what I like, aside from the fact that she's the wife and that she's driving or whatever, I mean, was there a broken tail light? Was there video?
There was a broken tail light.
What puts her on the scene? Was there shards of plastic at the scene where it matched the broken tail light?
Yes.
Oh, that's pretty good evidence there.
Yeah. And problem here is
give me the best argument from the state side that she did it.
Okay, I will make it very easy. She was drunk. She was reckless. She backed up fast because they had some kind of fight. She struck him. He landed on the lawn. End of story.
But those are conclusions. What is the evidence?
The evidence is the shards that was around his body.
The shards of broken tail light.
Shards of broken tail light. And cops testifying as experts that this is consistent with somebody either sideswiped or bumped. Now, so I would make. Here's the thing: if Karen Reed didn't have that amount of money as she did, hired the lawyers she could, there's a strong possibility that she would be in prison right now.
Well, now
because the base facts is, if not her, she was there, she was drunk, the car hit her.
Okay, but what is the defense explanation for the broken taillight shards around the body at the crime scene?
Well, now we are going into physics, because he was about 10. Nobody mapped where he actually was on the lawn. There's no actual crime scene photos where he actually was on the lawn. The taillight shards were in around him, a bit after, a bit before. In order for that to happen, the car had to have been driving in that direction. But the car didn't. There's no wheel tracks on the lawn at all. So their argument was, well, she drove because they had the car in reverse, I believe, what was it, 19 miles an hour or 24 miles an hour in reverse? what they claim was at the same time this happened. But here's the discrepancy between the expert. When did it actually happen? The reverse versus, because the data, the reverse data has no time code. So they go by this weird, comparably, in the Lexus L570 or whatever car it was, the computer, the computer in the car has this. Oh, this happened, and it records 10 seconds before and 10 seconds after. But it doesn't have an actual timestamp.
Basically, electronic telemetry on her car.
Yeah.
I'm getting I'm reading the chats here, and they're saying there's a lot of problems with the tail light.
Thank you. Key cycle data interpreted indicating something triggered a warning on the systems. Thank you. Now, it never indicated an actual collision. It only indicated here they believe she made a 3-point turn. Here she went in reverse and stuff like that. And then they counted backwards from when the cops, whoever went into the data first. Okay, this is this key cycle number 1164. And then he counted backwards. Here's key cycle 1163, 62, la da 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 da, and then he interpreted it as this must have happened here.
There are people throwing stuff up in the chat that I was like, I did not follow the trial, so I can't say, but they're obviously very educated, very well educated is this case.
This has been a huge case for years, literal years. But what was
pieces were planted. Do you think that that's possible?
I don't have another explanation for it, because science says physics with the displacement of energy, with I believe they call it the law of motion. If the car struck him at 24 miles an hour, he can only go in the same direction as the car. Yet he landed 10 feet in from the collision. How do you do that?
There's a lot of strange theory. And the fact that, and I say normally I'm not a conspiracy theorist, but over the last 40 years, I have become more and more believable that there can be conspiracies with these agencies, because you say that the possible suspect, is also a law enforcement officer. So
yes, he's a federal agent.
Normally, I would be like, because in my experience, in my jurisdiction, the fact that cops would plant taillight evidence, I would be scoffing at that. However, given my experiences in the last, say, 4 years, my mind's a little more open to it. And the fact that a cop is involved in the possible alibi.
And here's the thing. Around the streets, which are, from houses from $300,000 to $1 million homes, and they didn't collect a single doorbell camera.
Yeah, that's the first thing you do as a good cop. And this is the thing; it's hard because
but here's the thing:
there is incompetence,
and they went public. They went public saying a doorbell camera caught the incident. And then apparently not. Then you have all the missing video from the Sally port. And there's so much, but one of the things
Maria Vidia kind of summarized it here. She says, Steve, the Cliff's notes for this case is longer than 3 Game of Thrones books.
Yeah,
you would open up.
Let's just say my prime suspect.
We owe the chat a sidecar and a spin.
Yeah, we do.
So why don't I get the sidecar while you spin?
Yep, spin the wheel of regret. I've discovered that warheads are kind of meek, so I'm going to spin again. There you go. That's better. Bonneville Bourbon. Bonneville Bourbon. Which one was that? Is this the one? This is the one. Bonneville Bourbon. Bonneville Bourbon. Salt Plate Spirits. 46%. Let's see here. What should I... Oh. My little Havana shot glass. That's a... Oh, shit. I picked... I think I picked the wrong shot glass. I think I picked the wrong shot glass. Okay. Oh, well. Hi, Sticky Widget. Good to see you. Good to see you. Oh, and by the way, I'm also streaming this on Twitch. On Twitch, I am Nik Starow. So if you have a Twitch account, please follow me over there as well. There's some crap in the bottom of the... Oh, well, I'm pouring whiskey over it. Oh. Yeah, that's a 2 answer. Oh, well. I can only blame myself. All right, let's see. I'll wait for... Now, as I will tell Steve, I'm going to tell him about what Higgins did with his phone and see his reaction. And the claim from the prosecution that there was absolutely nothing suspicious about that. And see his reaction. I'm sad that Steve has been gone for a year and a half from actively, because he would have... I can imagine his streams about this, about the Karen Read case, would have made his channel explode completely. Because in my opinion, when it comes to criminal law knowledge, for Steve to have worked as an appeals attorney and criminal law, death penalty certified, his input in that case would have been amazing. And we all love him to start with. I'm thrilled to see that even though he's been gone for so long, he still has viewers. And hopefully, even if he only does a stream a week, I think we can get him back to his old numbers quite fast and hopefully even surpass it. There he is.
Hey, Nick. Let's see what. Sorry, I missed here, but I got a ridiculous sidecar here. Hey, but you didn't get the sugar rim, but I gave you a side. What is your opinion on the sidecar?
It's pleasant. It's pleasant. Now I think
MLS, I don't know if he's still here, but he had a sidecar. He said he tried one. It's a third Cointreau, a third Rosa's Sweet and Sour, and a third cognac or brandy. And it's a pretty strong drink. And MLS said it's, and I'll tell you, I am really on the edge here. So I'm not sure. I'm gonna attack this, and I'm not sure how long I can hang with you, because no worries. Goofy, you tell me, and I can feel it. I know when I'm good and goofy. So
I accidentally grabbed a 2 answer. So cheers.
Cheers to you. God bless you, and God bless all my friends who stuck with me in down times, because things are down and things are up, and sometimes you got to ride the currents.
Hey, you got a new member, Sticky Widget.
Sticky
Or a
widget.
new old member, maybe. Now, let me tell you about the prime suspect. I'm going to tell you about one thing he did. This is something the prosecution claims, oh, there's nothing suspicious about this at all. Well, first, he was asked to, well, we need to check your phone. So he and a colleague of him went to his workplace, made a limited extraction of his phone, and submitted more or less the screenshots of it. And then he drove into an army base, through an army base. Other side there were these dumpsters, where he took out the SIM card, threw in one dumpster, broke his phone, threw in the other dumpster.
Well,
Because
we're hearing about this case. Okay, here's the thing.
Yeah.
Let me opine with very little knowledge about this case. All right, first of all, I asked you to give me a summary of the state's case, right? And it got very complex very quickly.
Yeah.
All right. Now, the thing is that here, most people look at things in a polarity, guilty or not guilty. All right. And that defines, like, it seems like a black and white question, but there's a whole broad range of stuff called maybe they did it, maybe they didn't, but it's not proven beyond and the exclusion of every reasonable doubt. So what you're telling me is there is some evidence that she could have done it.
Yeah.
But that is by definition not guilty beyond a reasonable doubt, because the standard, and most people are not used to thinking that way in everyday situations. We need to make judgments, and we make a call and we decide, yeah, they did it or they didn't do it. That is not the judgment the jury is intended to make, and it's an unnatural state of affairs. And that unnatural state of affairs is, does the state have admissible evidence that can prove beyond an exclusion of every reasonable doubt that she did it? And it sounds to me like when you start giving me the best state case, you're like, well, there's this and there's sort of this and there's sort of this. So there's some evidences that maybe
the baseline of the state's case is she was there.
She was there, and maybe there's this broken taillight, and maybe that could have done, and maybe this and maybe that.
Yeah.
It's a lot of speculation. And it's like, okay, if we're just talking, did she do it maybe 50? If I was to flip a coin and say, okay, 50% of the time, she did it. But that's not the legal standard in a criminal case.
I agree.
It is beyond exclusion. So in the polarity, and a lot of my cases, like, when I did a criminal back in the day, before they booted me and they don't want me there, but back in the day, I had a lot of cases on appeal, and people would say, how can you represent those guilty people? And I'd say, well, a lot of them, I mean, I'm not certain that they're guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. I'm not saying that I think they're innocent. I'm saying that I don't think the evidence that's been put forward by the state is sufficient to meet that very high hurdle. And that was way more cases than the ones that I said are actually innocent. The ones that I said are actually innocent are very rare, just probably 10 or so. But the ones that I said, I don't think the evidence is sufficient, those were much greater than the ones that I thought were actually. But the thing is from a criminal law practitioner, it didn't matter. Both of those peoples are within the same set, and that is not guilty beyond a reasonable doubt.
Yeah.
And so it takes you complication, and it's difficult for somebody to explain to me succinctly how somebody is guilty. That to me is a problem with the state's case, because I in every case that I prosecuted, or cases that I felt confident that the person was guilty, I can explain to you in just a few sentences what the evidence is of why somebody's guilty.
Yeah. But when it comes to the testimony of Ian Wiffin, he was there solely to talk about the extraction of phones. In particular, one person who was in the household who was in the house when this happened, Jen McCabe, who on her phone, the result has long to dying cold at 2:27 a.m.
Okay,
four hours before he was found.
I'm going to be the skeptic again, or the person, the complete ignoramus when it comes to this case. Nick, explain to me what the Cellebrite evidence is in this case, in the Karen Reed case.
The Cellebrite evidence is the extractions of several phones, but the one we are talking about here specifically is the extraction of the Jan McCabe's phone, and specifically, when did she make this search? Because the prosecution and Jen McCabe says, no, she did this search in the morning after Karen Reed asked her to please Google hypothermia. First of all,
what was the mechanism of death of the fellow?
Skull fracture, impacting the brain, and the swelling went down to his spinal cord. So he was probably dead within 15 minutes, but he was also slightly hypothermic.
So he hit his head from falling on the ground, and is it cement?
Falling, well, according to the states, falling on the lawn, which they claimed was frozen solid in, what was it, January 30th? No, January... Folks, give me the date. Well, in winter, during a blizzard. Here's the thing with blizzards. Blizzards only happen in more or less at freezing point. As soon as you go a few degrees below freezing, you don't get snow. Not many people. January 29th. Thank you, Factual Eye. And there was what they count as a blizzard in Massachusetts. I don't count that as a blizzard because I experienced actual blizzards, but they count it as a blizzard.
Yeah, a Massachusetts blizzard, not a Swedish blizzard.
Exactly. So the claim from the prosecution, she hit him with a car, which caused these abrasions on his arm.
The abrasions do not appear to me to be car.
No. I need to. Oh, folks, should I show Steve?
When and I know that you were following it, and your crew, your followers here, were following this case pretty closely, and it's an interesting case.
Yeah, but should I show?
One bit of evidence I did see was those arm scratches, and I'm like, that is not a car injury. To me, maybe
because he had below his neck and aside from his right arm, he had no injuries.
Well, again, what's the Cellebrite evidence again?
The phone extractions, and specifically from
her cell phones,
from Jen McCabe's phone. Also, they were there to test. That's the only about because that is the only thing they are talking about in this specific video. But I need to show you the aperture testing of how they claimed. Yeah, it's perfectly possible that car sideswiped, and they used blue paint and everything. Yeah, and he had no bruises, by the way. I mean, if he was flung 10 feet from the road.
Somebody was saying that he was like, it was a 30-mile-per-hour reversal.
24 mile an hour per reversal.
No, that's very rare. There's a lot of.
No, I mean
think about somebody. Just think about if you're reversing, you intend to kill somebody, you intend to hit them, and you do that by mechanism of reverse. And you're reversing at that high speed, and you're good enough to be able to aim and hit somebody like that. That I'm very suspicious of just that
in a slight curve without.
But the
car data showed 24 mile an hour reversal. But remember, this was in a blizzard. What happens if you step on if you try to reverse, if you're not used to blizzards, what happens? The wheels
Your
spin.
tires spin.
Yeah.
Yeah. But Wim is a member for 27 months. You see that?
Wim, 27 months. Sunday, the wife and I celebrate 23 years married.
God bless
Congratulations.
you guys for sticking with us. And I know that, like
Yeah.
I said, I admire the chat and the people that stick with me more than you know. And somebody that's been with you for 27 months deserves an extra salute. So salute,
Yeah.
Nick, to the
Salute.
longtime members.
Yeah. 27 months. That's 3 pregnancies.
Like Americans always rate everything by football field lengths or
Yeah.
Statue of Liberty heights, right?
Yeah. The big rock was the size of a big rock. Oh, thank you. This was 4 camels wide. No. Yeah, so congratulations.
That's 3 Statue of Liberties without the base. You know, it's like
Yeah, you have your freedom units. All right, let's get back to
JKD Buck 76. How many more Owens friends? That's good. A good one. That was all. That was all. Too. You got to salute.
All right. So yeah,
Go ahead.
but there was he and Ian Wiffin who testified in both trials regarding the 227 when he claimed that the 227 was a ghost search because the actual search was 6 something in the morning after the body was found.
Well, and this kind of evidence can be very good. I mean, the quadruple homicide out in Idaho, Kohlberger,
Yeah,
those searches were very damning to him.
yeah,
You know, I mean, I think that his searches of the knife sheath, looking for a replacement knife sheath, that is a very specific and damning thing. And I had a case, I had a murder case, in fact, that involved a search on how to jimmy a particular lock. It was a particular lock on the door that was of the murder victim's door just before the murder. And the defendant did a search, a Google search of how to defeat this particular special brand of lock just before the murders. And that was very compelling evidence because the door was, you know, so I think that this type of evidence can be very, very good.
yeah. But here's the thing with Cellebrite, because between the first and the second trial, they had to make changes to their tool for the analysis. But doesn't that mean that the prior tool was a bit defect? How does that affect every other trial? They testified about, yeah, they Googled how to get rid of a body after or before. I mean, I get suspicious.
Hey,
But-
Dear Reader Normal People is a member for 13 months.
Yeah.
And
13
he's
months.
talking about Kohlberger, that I'll tell you, he did pretty good. He almost got away with that. I'm one that I really believe he's guilty. I know that there's some people that hold on to this not guilty, you know, oh, he's a,
I mean, I have questions. Yeah. But at the end, he confessed.
well, he confessed, he pled guilty, and based on what I understand, I think that there's enough evidence that said he did it. But and I'm pretty pro defense, as you know. But and I will say I'm not pro defense. What I would say is that my standard for beyond exclusion of a reasonable doubt is very high, as yours should also be.
Yeah.
But yet, when my reasonable doubts are overcome by what I understand to be the evidence, then I try to understand that the state can prove cases. But he almost got away with it. Hey, cheers to you again. And I'm not sure how long I'm going to hang with you because I'm slurping this down. This is I didn't have my regular smaller glass. I got my bigger glass. So this one is full.
Yeah,
So
but
this
let's
one-
keep listening to this when they are trying to rectify Ian Wiffin because he got some criticism.
in the home and dumped on the lawn. So this is where the conspiracies really came out. The police officers apparently were.
First of all, if you run what is claimed to be a neutral part, we are just experts. We are just interpreting. Why are you calling anything a conspiracy? That's not a good word to use, in my opinion.
Involved and covered it up. So everyone has their own opinions. We've seen them all over social media, but that's really the basics of the case. This case is like a super onion with so many layers. The more you peel back, you're like, what is actually happening? It was a media circus, extremely high profile, and our very own Ian Wiffin was kind of the ringmaster at times of that circus.
No,
So,
he was
Ian,
a witness.
Seriously, I applaud you, one, for your patience and not flipping out. I know many times I wanted to flip out on your behalf, so I was emotionally in this with you, but you did a fantastic job. For those of you that don't know Ian, he's not just the brilliant mind of forensics. He is also our decoding manager here at Cellebrite. So Ian takes all the things that are stored in that lovely brain of his and tries to dump it back into the tools for everyone else that needs Ian's brain to help us solve our digital forensic investigations. All right, Ian, you ready for some questions?
I am. Go for it.
And then we'll have some fun at the end too. All right, why were you brought into this case?
Okay. So I initially got involved in this case after a true crime podcaster contacted Cellebrite asking for clarification because of some things that he'd seen in other people's blogs, some things that had been tweeted.
Why is Cellebrite getting involved after a true crime podcaster? Why do you even care if you're not hired by law enforcement or the defense?
Boy, Nick, you are asking good questions. And this is my initial question here. This is a Cellebrite something, right?
Yeah.
To me, and this goes with DNA evidence people or anything, they should not have a dog in the fight.
No.
They should be an objective evidence creator. And this is cops have this problem. And I used to train cops on how to testify. And one of the things I'm saying is that they are a witness. The prosecutor's job is to advocate, right?
Yep.
And they're the ones that are putting together the show. The cop is the witness, and they hate that because they want to be more than what they want to prove the case. They want to get up there and advocate for guilt, but they are simply a witness to a crime. And so they need to testify as a witness. Same thing with Cellebrite. To me, they are a witness and objective. And when they get into an advocacy role, it diminishes them and doesn't enhance them.
Yeah.
Because Cellebrite's a pretty darn good program. Having used it in prosecution, it's very useful, and there's some really good stuff that can happen with it.
And here's an interesting sidetrack. The prosecution said we can debunk the 227 search before Cellebrite was hired. So, I mean, why would you say that without an inkling of evidence, unless you just wanted it to be, and then you hired Cellebrite in hopes that they would prove it? And there are some questions if they actually did prove it, because with their second version in the second trial, in their program, their tool, the 227 does not appear anymore at all. Yeah, but it did appear in the previous version. And your competitors still have the 227 search show up in when they did their thing. So what were you actually conspiratorial? Were you hired for an objective view, or were you hired to debunk?
Related to an artifact that Physical Analyzer had passed. basically, police had obviously extracted a bunch of phones at the time of John's death, done their own analysis,
Stock photo.
including the analysis of a witness's device, which was written off at the time as not containing anything relevant to the case. About a year later, defense experts took that same extraction and ran it through Physical Analyzer as well, and now found a timestamp which they thought was a smoking gun. The timestamp itself was related to a Google search, the infamous Google search, "How long to die in the cold," which.
Yeah, here's my a new sidetrack. If what Jen McCabe says is correct, Karen Reed asked me, Google hypothermia. Why would your search then be how long to die in cold? Because at the time,
So Karen Reed, let me just get it straight because I'm completely ignorant of this case, right?
Yeah.
They're saying that Karen Reed searched on her phone how long to die.
No. Karen Reed asked Jen McCabe to search hypothermia on her phone. That's the claim from the prosecution and Jen McCabe.
Who's this McCabe guy?
Jen McCabe was in the house at the time John was killed.
In the house.
Yeah, she is related to the house owner by marriage.
Yeah, but how is it that we know that she asked him to search for that?
Because that is what Jen McCabe said. Jen McCabe testified
Who is John
that Karen Reed told me to Google hypothermia. That is her claim. Now, she claimed that in in copy interview, grand jury, and stuff like that. Then, after they pulled all the recordings from the police vehicles and stuff like that, they can't find anywhere where Karen Reed actually asked her.
Okay, Jen McCabe's, who is she related to? Is she related to the other suspect or connected to the other suspect?
She's related by marriage to the house owner of the lawn where John.
Because
she was in the house at the time.
Here's a revelation: is that people lie. Okay,
yeah.
And if she was let's assume that the cop did it. You know, he was the one that hit him and killed him. Maybe he punched him and the fellow fell down, hit his head, dog attacked him. And then she wants to cover up. And she saw this happen and they want to pin it on Karen Reed, right? Yeah. Then one of the things is, well, because she goes in and searches this, makes this search, oh my God, this thing, and now we're panicking. What do we do? And then it's like, well, how do you explain that search? Well, she asked me to do it.
Yeah. Now here's another sidetrack. A lot of people believe they originally was going to blame the plow driver.
Who was?
The plow driver who, because it was a blizzard, and when there is a blizzard, the plow goes around and plows the streets. Here's
the thing. Jen McCabe, factual lie, says, and I don't know anything about this. I'm just analyzing it as I would a criminal case coming in fresh. Okay, but you have to understand that people lie.
Yeah.
And so let's assume Jen McCabe witnessed the death or witnessed somebody getting hit and falling down and not moving. And now it's like, what do we do? How long does it take? Because, oh my God, he might freeze to death out there. What should we do? And then she searches how long to die in the cold, right? Yeah. Now it comes up later. Well, what's the lie that covers up the fact that you were a witness to the actual incident? The lie is the suspect the cops want to nail it on is the one that asked me to make the search.
Yeah. So she did the exact same. So the She did the same kind of search. With this another misspelled, the exact same misspelling at 6:30 in the morning. Then another right correctly spelled. But I'm still wondering, why would you if you're asked to Google hypothermia, why do you choose this language?
But it's also because it's an after the fact lie to cover up why you're doing this search. Now, let's back up for a second. This is why competent police and competent prosecutors are critical, because from what you're telling me, there are no good crime scene photos. Some of this stuff could be rebutted by good police work. Good police work prevents this kind of conspiratorial weaving that us defense attorneys will do, right? So if you have good police work to preserve evidence, then you are not subject to this kind of conspiracy thinking because you have preserved the evidence. And good processes and good procedures would do that. But it sounds to me like there has not been good procedures in this case.
Oh, no.
And therefore it allows for these openings.
And okay, let's get back to they find
Cat wants me to ask about the cops.
They found John O'Keefe on the lawn. The cops come there. They don't know what happened. Why does nobody knock on the door?
Yeah, that doesn't make sense. The first thing here's, as a police procedure, and I'm getting out of the criminal law, thank God. But one of the things you do is you seal the scene, you photograph, you document the scene, you look for surveillance cameras, you pull those surveillance cameras, you talk to witnesses who are directly around. This is a death, and if you're suspecting
of a police officer,
you bring in the cavalry. This is not one that you do a slapdash job on, and that is not allowed. I'm sorry. It's
let's see.
And you're trying forget the death of the cop. The state is trying to put somebody in prison for the rest of their life, into a cage for the rest of their life. I damn well want best efforts from the police.
Yeah, and now, for the sake of argument, let's say Karen Reed actually did this. Why would any cop worth its salary not make sure to explore other possibilities just to make sure?
What is the red solo cups thing? People are
asking. They after John O'Keefe was extracted, because nobody knew if he was dead or not at the moment, because he was hypothermic, and they got apparently some kind of reactions when they did the resurrection attempts. So into an ambulance, off he went. Then for some odd reason, nobody secured the scene for a number of hours. Then the day shift showed up, and they started to look at the crime scene. So, it's been snowing since midnight. It has fallen a few inches of snow since then. And first they choose to, how are we going to go through all of this to get down to the crime scene? And they chose a leaf blower to blow away the snow. I'm not joking.
Well, I will tell you that I'm starting to lose my edge. So let's move on. I'm not sure how long more
and the red solo cup, because nobody brought evidence bags. They went to a neighbor diagonally across the street, coincidentally, who had a doorbell camera, which was never extracted, and borrowed red solo cups because they scooped up blood in red Solo cups at the
All right,
crime scene.
I've heard enough. So basically, you're telling me that the crime scene investigation was piss poor. First best GG, is that GG, my GG, or are you a different GG?
Yeah, no, first best GG is my GG.
Okay. Hey, Gigi, I love Gigi. She's ever present and and one of those folks.
Mm.
Yeah.
Right,
well, and the factual lie, the fact that I'm confused, is the enemy of beyond the reasonable doubt.
Yeah.
And this is why police and prosecutors need to be on top of their game and well trained and professional, because confusion aids the defense.
Yeah.
And I don't know whether she did it or not, but that's the problem. That is a reasonable doubt. When you're talking, the more you tell me about the case, the more confused I become. That is not guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. The prosecutor should be able to say, bing, bing, bing.
Yeah.
There's this evidence, there's this evidence, there's this evidence, there's this evidence. There is no reasonable doubt.
Yeah.
The clean case is the benefit of the state.
And in the first trial, they got a hung jury. The first trial, it was, what was his name? Morrissey? No, I don't, doesn't matter. Second trial, they had to hire a special prosecutor because nobody else wanted to prosecute the case. So they hired
these special prosecutor gigs. Give me $1 million and I'll do any case anywhere in the state, and then I can do my.
He was paid. He was paid, I believe, in when everything was said and done, over $600,000.
I'm for it. I think lawyers should get paid more.
Yeah.
I'm a mercenary. One thing, like, this is the thing. What has my experience done to me and changed me? It has made me much more mercenary.
Yeah.
Because, I used to be a dedicated public servant. I spent 20 years working for the state. Yeah, 20 years working for the state, dedicating my life and my career, and the state turned their back on me. So I am now a mercenary. One thing that has changed in me is I am a mercenary. So if you guys want to hire me, if somebody out there has a difficult case and they need a defense attorney / special prosecutor to come and do the best they can for the case, $1 million will do it. I will come in and do that case for $1 million, whatever it is, state or defense side, and then I can retire in West Virginia.
Yeah, and as Jen the Couch Fairy says, I just need a few of these special prosecutor gigs to get here. Yeah, if you want me to retire to the United States, I need to be hired 3 times $600,000. All right, but let's get back to this Cellebrite. Let's see.
It's an obvious misspelling.
You want to punish? You're punishing me,
the
man.
term how long's down called. I'll say that this search had actually been found initially by police using physical analyzer 752, but at that time, the timestamp attached to it was around 6:23, 6:24 a.m. after John's body had been found and therefore deemed not evidentially significant. However, when the expert for the defense took the same data, they used a newer version of physical analyzer. This newer version had additional support. Obviously, we always add support for new artifacts as time goes on. And this new artifact support for a database called Browser State gave a timestamp of 2:27 a.m. For that same Google search. And that's important. 2:27 is a really important time because that would mean that this is around 3.5, 4 hours before John's body was found, implying that somebody had some knowledge that he was outside dying in the cold before anybody should have known that that was the case. So this Google search became a pivotal piece of evidence for the defense to try to prove that someone other than Karen was responsible for John's death.
So a few things. I have many comments on this one. Cellebrite updated physical analyzer based upon your research and what you learned in that case so that people who don't understand how to validate, don't have time to validate, and for better lack of other terms, press buttons to get answers, the answer will be correct in their face going forward.
Yes, I think we always try to provide information which is correct to the best of our knowledge and ability at the time based on the research. We always want to give information which can be verified by the examiners. And in this case, once I started to look at the data and look at the evidence, I determined that the timestamp in the browser state database was related to the time that the tab, so the browser tab actually took focus, and not the time that the search occurred or the navigation event occurred. So essentially, if you imagine opening up a brand new tab at 10 a.m. in the morning, using it to surf for 30 minutes or so, visiting numerous web pages during that time. When you eventually close that tab, a record's created in the browser state database saying the tab opened at 10 a.m. The last page that was visited, the one that was visited at like 10:30, is this. So there's no correlation between the two.
Yeah, but that's not what this report said. It said it was a search at 2:27:40 a.m. It didn't say when the tab was opened or when it was closed. And then at 6:20 something, there was a similar search.
I gotta say, it's sophisticated, in-depth legal analysis right now at this state of my.
In this state, and I mean, I'm one shot. And
how far away from the next wheel spin?
Oh, let's check here. 30, 83.
Can I give you another?
30 is 113. We are $37 away from the next spin on the Wheel of Regrets.
37. So I'm going to give you give your viewers and my viewers a little insight. And these are tips. These are lawyer tips learned in my many years. And that is that what these people are talking about is complete. I'm just a schlub. Okay. I think I'm reasonably smart, but I'm still just, humility is important. And I am humble enough to recognize that maybe I'm a little sidecard out, but this stuff, what they're talking about, is going over my head. I don't understand the context. I don't understand what they're saying. And this is the thing, is people get way into these cases and they get way into this technology, and they're talking over the heads of the jury, which are just average folks. So, when you are prosecuting a case, when you're defending a case, when you're a plaintiff's lawyer explaining a case, you want to talk about it like it's the first time you've ever heard it. Go in there like the dummy that I am. Now, I have a superpower as a lawyer, and that is I forget stuff. I forget stuff, and I'm not that smart. And so when I ask a question of a witness, of an expert witness, like a doctor or one of these Cellebrite people, I come at like the dumbest guy I can possibly do. And I say, okay, Mr. Cellebrite, explain to me in layman's terms what you're saying. And then he says this gobbledygook, and I'm like, that's not layman's terms. Are you saying that on this date they search for this? Ask it like the dummy that I am.
Ask as if you're over a fifth grader.
The jury is going to be in the same position that I am. But the problem is lawyers, they get really impressed with how much they know. These Cellebrite people, all these witnesses, and they start talking. And it's like, oh, yeah, let me tell you how smart I am. You know what it is? You're not smart. You're not smart. You're talking over people's heads. You are not communicating. And you know what? A lot of times people do that complicated communication to cover up flaws in their thinking, to cover up inconsistencies and problems with their testimony. Basic, fundamental understanding, fundamental thing, testimony is what you need to go to the jury. And that is something that any attorney needs to be hyper aware of. They are not talking over the heads of jurors. And I'm not talking that like jurors are dumb. I'm saying that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that experts cloud confusion with jargon.
Mm.
They love to talk over people's heads so that their logical inconsistencies are not revealed. So when I talk big words, and I've worked very hard in my whole life to try to write clearly and concisely, and when I read somebody that I don't understand, it's confusing, usually 90% of the time, it's not that they're super smart and I don't understand. It's instead they're covering up some problem with what they're thinking with big intellectual confusion. So I don't, when somebody talks and I don't understand what's happening, I've gotten to the point that it's like, it's not me, it's you. You need to re-explain that. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Because in one of the cases I covered last year, the Zachary Young case, the defamation case against CNN, which they eventually settled CNN.
Which the Miami Herald needs to pay attention to very closely, don't you think?
Oh yeah. And well, first the jury came to the conclusion, yes, it was defamation, and then they came into the damages part. And the defense had hired one of these forensic accountants to explain why should the damages be as high as it is. And the guy who sat there on the stand, a $2,000 an hour accountant, and he made everything so easy. I mean, I can barely calculate, and he explained it to my level. It was I've covered civil trials before, and once you go into numbers, people go, this guy kept it interesting and easy, and he was worth every cent of that $2,000 an hour fee, because he was so good.
And this is the tip for everybody watching this, is if somebody's talking and they're using big words and complicated concepts, maybe it's them, it's not you.
Yeah.
And maybe they're trying to bamboozle you and defraud you by their complex words. Don't let them get away with that. Don't underestimate your own intuition. If you're not understanding, it's not your problem, it's their problem. They have not communicated to you in a clear and concise way. And like I said, I've worked my entire life to write clearly and directly and concisely. And even with that effort, it still is very difficult to communicate. So when someone's using big words and complicated concepts and all that, I am suspicious. Suspicious. Yeah. Thank you, Slaney Pie. Love you, baby. Yeah. All right. Well, I don't know how much longer I can go. Is this what you want to subject me to? Is this what you want to dedicate?
That's essentially what my research was focusing on. That timestamp is not necessarily the time the page was visited. It could be before, it could be after, but it's irrelevant to the actual URL. So based on that, we updated our decoding to remove any kind of confusion and to ensure that we give you the web page that was visited, but we can't say that this is the time. So we just remove the time altogether, because
you just removed the time altogether. But how did it show up then? Why did you have to update your tool to remove things that was shown in a prior version of the tool without explaining why was it there? Oh, it was never there to begin with. That's not good enough. You have to explain why it was never there. And you have to do it in a way that a fifth grader will go, yeah, that makes sense. That didn't make sense. Oh, due to the circumstances, yada, 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 we updated our tool and now it's not showing anymore. In my interpretation, that's hiding stuff because you can't explain it. Yeah, trust me, bro. as Gigi says.
We don't.
And
want this.
I think that's way better. And something I wanted to comment to some of the social media trolls who have zero digital forensics knowledge in their body.
No, Miss, what's your face? Heather? That's jurors you're talking to, not social media trolls. Even though these are jurors explaining in harsh words, we don't get it. You're supposed to be a neutral part in every damn trial, just presenting your findings.
Yeah, to
And
me,
you are calling them trolls.
this is not appropriate for a company like Cellebrite.
No.
Cellebrite should be an objective. We are a cell phone analysis software company, and here's what we have. I mean, I don't know what they're doing here with this.
If I were a defense attorney in the United States going up against Cellebrite because of reasons, I would clip this and ask of the Cellebrite representative, why are you calling potential jurors trolls? Because this is on their YouTube channel. This is their official statements about people asking questions. Social media trolls.
This is stupid. Cellebrite should not be doing this. This is not good. This is not, because I've dealt with this company and I've dealt with their software. It's a good software. I don't see how this helps them.
No, and I mean, I haven't seen people talking about Cellebrite for months, and all of a sudden this shows up, and I don't know why.
By the way, I'm finished with the I'm still relatively coherent.
Hey,
and this is a double, by the way.
Oh,
so you contributors got double your money.
All right. Next
I don't know.
here is.
Can we move on? I'm sort of unimpressed with this, and I get the point. What other topics do we have to do?
Oh, what are the top? Oh, sorry. What was the last? KSAT 12. KSAT 12 news out of Texas. I've encountered them before when we have covered the same trial and they copyright claim what I cover, and then I gently tell them this is a court proceeding. It's public record. You do not have the right to copyright claim it. Now, we are interested in the same trial again. It is a Texas trial against 3 law enforcement officers who, through a wellness check, gunned down and killed a woman. And I wanted to cover it. And let's see here. Where is it?
Well, while we're moving to the next topic, $37. I'll do another sidecar because I'm not under the table yet, although I reserve the right to check out at any time. But Nick needs to have a house in West Virginia next to me. And I want to let you know that we're still on the table. Hey, also, so what is the topic we're transitioning to here?
We are transitioning to KSAT 12 news, copyright claiming court proceedings.
I will say that one thing that I learned by spending time with you, Nick, is that now I'm fully tuned into your sense of humor. Because, people don't know this. Maybe they don't, maybe they do. I don't know. People that your followers, obviously, they appreciate you. But you are really funny. You have a great sense of humor, but it's kind of it's an odd sense of humor. and spending time with you and being with you, I am now fully tuned into your sense of humor, and I get it, and it makes me laugh. But before that, there's a Nik quirkiness that I didn't quite know how to understand. I didn't quite grok. I didn't quite understand. But now that since we've spent time together, I understand it. So Nik has a very good sense of humor. Yes, snark. That's the
yeah.
So anyway,
Have you?
salute.
Have you seen my sign?
Well, no, the sign. What sign?
That sign. I'm pointing at it. Snark attack.
Snark.
Yeah. I'm thinking of well, I have ordered the Snarknado sign as well.
Yes.
Now, but this case, it's an interesting case because 3 law enforcement officers are on trial, which rarely happens. There are body cam evidence and everything, and it is the Texas 379th district, which I believe is Austin or close to Austin, Texas. And it's so, but I saw that the channel who is currently streaming is KSAT 12 News. And since they have copyright claimed me before, I thought I would do a courtesy request. So I asked.
We talked about this on Laid Back News recently about this copyright problem, and YouTube specifically is really got a problem by giving the benefit of the doubt to the trolls and to the copyright strikers. They give the presumption that they are correct. To me, the burden of proof should be on the copyright striker, not the strikee.
Yeah,
and this is turned into a business model. And my buddy Rick Beato, I'm not my buddy, but I'm a fanboy of Rick Beato. Universal Music Group has got a group of strikers that go in. They professionally do this just to harass people.
Yeah. Now, so I asked very politely to KSAT. Let's see here if I can get the actual. So, permission to restream the Melissa Perez case and trial.
Melissa Perez, what jurisdiction is
that? Texas.
And what is and you say restream? What is
because the KSAT 12 is the people who are having cameras in the courtroom.
And see, here's my issue. Is that if the judge is only allowing limited access, so he's allowing, Corporation A and Corporation B to have but nobody else. To me, that means that that's a public stream that those companies are restreaming, because you, as Nik Starow, legal labor lawyer from Sweden, cannot access the stream otherwise. Your only access is through these blessed endorsed streamers. Now, if everybody was allowed to stream it by the court, then there'd be an access for, well, you're accessing my copyright stream because we have some unique feature, right? But the fact that the courtroom streams are limited to only a few select providers, that to me is the critical fact, because you have a public interest. It's public access. That streaming company has a public service function by restreaming. They don't have a copyright claim. That's like saying the judge is now granting me some sort of special ability to only stream. That kills the whole public access idea, right?
Yeah, but this is the answer I got from KSAT News. Hi, Nicholas, you do not have permission to use any of KSAT's video feed of this trial or any video that is copyright of KSAT 12 News. I am not surprised. But again, Texas law is that if it's court proceedings are public record and are not copyrightable. So I replied, thank you for your reply. I asked out of courtesy since you have tried to copyright claim me before and removed the claim due to court proceedings in Texas being public record and non-copyrightable. So I thought I would save us both the trouble of that dance. With this information, is your answer still as claimed? The reply was, "Hi Niklas, you do not have permission to use any of KSAT's video feed of this trial," so they just repeated. So I contacted the court, who said, "There is no formal media order in place. A media pool has been arranged by KSAT. For access to the broadcast feed, please contact KSAT directly as they manage the technology." So I replied, "After contact with the court, I have learned that you are arranging the media pool, see attached. My request is now modified. Please send a link to the raw stream so I can join the media pool the court permits you to administer." The reply is, "Hi, this is incorrect. This is not a pool situation. Any station wanting to cover this is responsible for its own coverage plan." So I talked to the court again, who said, let's see, where is the answer? "I apologize. That was the information I was given. I am unable to assist you as I do not handle anything regarding the media. Again, there is no formal order in place. KSAT was given oral permission to live stream by Judge Rangel. You are welcome to come in, approach him for clarification." Which was okay. That's interesting. So I sent to the court, "Hello and good morning. Please pass the following question to Honorable Judge Rangel regarding media pool. For clarification purposes, is the court's oral permission to KSAT to cover the Melissa Perez case a media pool or an exclusive right to KSAT to broadcast the proceedings, including the copyright? Or is it a media pool that can be shared with other interested media? If the latter, please advise KSAT to share the raw stream with other interested media parties." And they haven't replied since, the court. So, in my opinion, KSAT is making bad faith claim.
Well, and this is so you have if you've got limited broadcast from if you're going to allow public access to the courtroom, and somebody has access, and they're the only people that have access, to me that is not subject to copyright, because that is a public forum, and the purpose of their access is because the public has a right to access the broadcast, right?
Yeah.
So if you have one broadcaster, they can't now claim copyright on something that, because the purpose of their stream, the purpose of their right to stream it, is because the public has a right to access and to view, and you are a member of the public. And so to me, that is a bad faith copyright claim. You know, whereas opposed to if everybody was allowed, if it was a public access stream, for example, if the court itself
had a Zoom stream or
stream, and then you had a secondary restreamer who was adding some kind of content, then you can make an argument for copyright. And that in fact exists in many courtrooms. There are many courtrooms that have a courtroom feed from the government, and you can pick up on that feed directly. And there's no
you can pick it up, and often they have do not record, but that is limited. They can only enforce that to the specific state or jurisdiction. I'm on the other side of the damn Atlantic.
Right. Well, so this is the problem with what is being claimed here, is that they have provided limited press access for the purpose of the public benefit. Okay, you have accessed it for the public. That is how you have access. To restream that is a and to then say, oh, now we have gotten the inside track because we're some sort of legacy media company. And if you restream it, we're going to copyright strike it. To me, is bad. Now, the problem is that people like you and I don't have the ability to litigate over these things. But as a conceptual matter, it's a problem.
Yeah, it's a problem because KSAT 12 are for the case I remember because I streamed the entire sentencing of that case. KSAT 12 only had the reading of the sentence, and they still copyright struck my entire stream. Or not struck, but copyright claimed. Now, I appealed, they removed it. Yeah, but still, it's a nuisance.
Well, this is the thing, and there is something called fair use.
Yeah.
And this is clearly in the fair use.
Yeah, because I add commentary. They do nothing. They have 2 cameras in the courtroom, and all they do is beginning, stream, here's the end, cut out. No commentary whatsoever. So yeah. And still, you cannot copyright facts of a case. You cannot copyright testimony in a case. You can copyright your reporter doing their interpretation, but you can't copyright the actual facts of the case, which is what KSAT 12 News are doing. Or they haven't filed a copyright of it, but they use the YouTube copyright claim against everybody who tries to cover the case they have cameras in the courtroom for. And for me, that is bad faith. Problem, if I go after them, well, that case is done in a couple of days.
Well, and there's a litigation barrier. I mean, who has time, effort, or money to litigate these things? So it's almost like the process is a barrier. Yeah, this is a problem. I don't know. I don't know where
because I remember, 4 or 5 years ago, both Court TV and Law and Crime sent out these, and then at one point they were told by one court that you do not have copyright. And they have since then changed completely and are all, especially Court TV, are telling people, use our stuff. I mean, they are showing up on people's streams. Court TV doing, hey, good work. Because they know they eventually win on it. They put cameras in the courtroom. They do all the things. We loan some content creators. We do our things. But they are making bank because of the rise of LawTube and true crime.
But the reason that they have access is because the public generally has access. And the basis for the judge saying you can put a camera here is because we, the public, it's in the public interest that they have access. So for that company, they're on the one hand, they're making the argument, oh, we're here to provide public access so that everybody understands what's going on in this court. All right, fine, you get access. Now they turn around and say, in defense of the thing, they argue out of the other side of their mouth and say, oh no, the reason that we're streaming this is for profit and monetary, and so that we have some kind of exclusive control. That is a different argument, and they should be barred from making that argument. But the thing is to make the argument itself, you have to have access.
Yeah. Now, this would have been much easier if I actually were. Had I been in Texas now, I would have driven there and asked the court up front, what is going on here? And see where it got. Now, I hoped I could get that question to the judge via the court coordinator, but I sent that Friday morning, and I still haven't gotten a reply. So I don't know if I will ever get an answer to that question, because the court reporter, her email is protected, of course, so I can't get through there. Who do I know in Texas? A lawyer? I mean, I could ask Kurt, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, isn't Nate the lawyer?
Nate the
Yeah.
lawyer. Kurt. Who else is in Texas? Yeah, I know there are. I've seen it in the chat. Yeah, I know that there are other news stations who has picked this up, but they are legacy media and probably have permission from KSAT 12 to do coverage. So it doesn't really matter if I use their things, because they are using KSATs. So, but I mean, I do know that because the body camera in that case is online, so I can cover that. I will probably get copyright claimed for that one. So tomorrow we are going to watch parts of that and see where it goes. Because if they copyright claim, I will make... Well, I have to check the local laws and regulations. Because at the same time, if I go full gung-ho on KSAT, will they pull the cameras? I don't think so. But it's just an annoyance that a local channel think that they can copyright court proceedings. And
Yeah,
it's a damn nuisance.
I probably need to get going soon, but
Okay.
what other topics should we cover before I head out? I smell.
Somebody in the chat made a suggestion a while ago. The self-defense case. No, not the Aaron Spencer case in Arkansas. The baseline of that case: Aaron Spencer's daughter was groomed and more by Michael Fossler, 67 years old. His daughter was 13 at the time. Michael Fossler was charged with 43 counts of grooming, stalking, rape, and other things. He was let out on a $5,000 bond. Well, $50,000, 10% cash. Michael Fossler, a couple of months later, kidnapped Aaron Spencer's daughter. Now it's discussed if she went into his truck voluntarily or not. They discover in the middle of the night, my daughter is gone. Wife calls 911. Aaron drives off, search for his daughter because she's not in her room. He finds his daughter in Michael Fossler's truck. He more or less runs them off the road. There is an altercation. Aaron Spencer claims he sees something in Michael Fossler's hand, so he's emptying his mag into Michael Fossler. Now Arkansas is charging him with premeditated murder. Kicker. The judge who let out Michael Fossler is the same judge in Aaron Spencer's case. You would think there is a conflict of interest. One of the first things she does is put a gag order on both cases. Complete gag order, including families of Aaron Spencer. This goes up to the Arkansas Supreme Court, who says we are vacating the gag order because this is too vague, too broad. You can't do this because there's a 2021 case, which was the new statute. You can't do this. She did anyways. So now they more or less told the judge, you can't do this. And you should have known it because the statute, we don't want to repeat, you can't do this with the gag orders. But they didn't remove her from the case. Sadly. The case is scheduled for, January? The trial will start. And meanwhile, Aaron Spencer is running for sheriff in the same county that is trying to put him away for life. Because he's not convicted of anything. And, here's one thing. You know me, and I can get a bit conspiratorial at times. Michael Fosler is a former law enforcement person out of Hamlet, Indiana in the 1980s and 1990s. Hamlet, Indiana is less than an hour away from Delphi, Indiana. And I can't find shit on Michael Fosler, except, he started a trucking company. And then he showed up in Arkansas and in Florida. And now, we do know through another channel, they found a victim of his from 1989 who went forward because he impregnated her as a law enforcement officer. Apparently in Hamlet, Indiana, he was known to stalk middle and high schools. So sometime between mid-1980s, he was known to do this. He left the force, starting a trucking company, who drove across southeast. And all of a sudden, he shows up in Arkansas, raping, grooming, and kidnapping a minor girl. Through your experience, Mr. Steve Gosney, does one of these predators stop and pause for 40 years in between cases?
That strikes me as odd.
Yeah.
It's possible, but it's unusual.
It's possible if they are incarcerated or institutionalized.
Yeah, it's very, and we could have a whole stream on psychology of sex.
Yeah.
And I've dealt with real hardcore pedophiles, in my career, and represented them and prosecuted them. And it's an interesting psychological makeup that makes that person. The true pedophile is a very methodical person. They're usually very careful. They're very methodical. And it's different from your average criminal. It's a different psychological makeup.
Yeah.
And so I'm not discounting that it's possible it happened, but it's not usual. I would say it's not usual.
Let's just say, of all the criminals in the world there's a span. Here are the people who can be rehabilitated, like shoplifters, stuff like that. In the other end are pedophiles.
Well, and my understanding is that because the real pedophile, right, when we're talking about, they are ingrained psychologically attracted to children, right?
Yeah.
And that is hardwired. It's their sexual hardwired. It's just like if I'm heterosexual, I'm attracted to females, right?
Yeah.
adult females, but females that
Yeah.
are within a certain reproductive range. A pedophile has been hardwired to be attracted to children, right?
Yeah.
And once that gets my
I
understanding,
mean, technically, he is in the hebephile segment, but still, it is. I mean,
yeah, but my
it seems.
understanding is that once it gets hardwired, it's over.
Yeah, he's
Now-
in the 12 to 15 age span. It seems
Right.
by the
Well,
two cases we
a
know of.
juvenile can be reprogrammed. So if you catch somebody who is following that path, they can be reprogrammed. But once it's hardwired as an adult, that is their sexual predilection. Now, it doesn't mean that if that's what happens that you have to perp,
Yeah,
right? A
but then
person
you have
like
my yeah.
they could become celibate and become, recognize that what their hardwiring is evil and deny that. But it's a fascinating. I've dealt with it. Hey, but I got to go because
Yeah.
for a number of reasons. Dinner's getting ready. The Miami game is on, and I'm crashing because of sidecars. But is there any further thing before
Hey, Auntie M. Hey, Auntie M. I found out recently that Florida court Zoomies are open. After the court was over, the judge asked if I had a case. I told him I was observing, and he sent me an invite. Too cool. Hey, nice. That gets us to $27. Now, this
I gotta go.
Aaron Spencer case is
Dinner is.
Yeah.
I can hear dinner.
give my love to family and everything. But if I would ask you to look into the Aaron Spencer case,
I'm probably not going to be doing deep dives into specific cases
yeah.
for a while. But
if the trial starts in January, and if you have time, would you maybe join me?
maybe let's keep me in the loop. Thank you for remembering me. Thank you for including me in everything. Thank you guys for following me and for donating and for being all those things that you guys are doing to support me. I appreciate it. Buying books and whatever. And Nik Starow, you're a true, genuine hero, and you're a good man. And I'm blessed to have you in my life. And with that, I gotta tap out. All right.
Yeah. Give my love to your family, and you all have a great weekend.
All right. Good night.
See you. Hey, folks. Hey. Oh, yeah. The reason, because the Aaron Spencer case is very interesting by its own. Michael Fosler, through his law enforcement background in Indiana, and what I didn't have the time to tell Steve, he is from a Freemasons family. His mother was in the same female version of Freemasons Lodge as, I believe, the victim's family in the Delphi case, one of the victims. Now, that might be a nothing burger. The problem here is I'm really, really good at finding stuff. It's one of my perks, so to speak. When it comes to Michael Fosler, I can find, thanks to also you guys who sent it to me, a few things about his trucking company. He got fined a couple of times. Other than that, it's as he had never existed between leaving the law enforcement in Hamlet, Indiana, to showing up in Arkansas. Yes, GD. It's Order of the Eastern Star. So Michael Fosler's mother, grandmother, all Order of the Eastern Star, which is also connected to the Delphi case because of people being Order of the Eastern Star and surrounding Freemasons. My big issue here is with Michael Fosler, I can't find shit between more or less 1991 and when he showed up in the Aaron Spencer case in 2023. And I'm good at it. I'm really good at finding stuff. Which tells me that Michael Fosler's background has been scrubbed. And that is a very, very nauseating feeling. I mean, to give you examples, I have a program in which I can insert phrases. If I recognize, oh, that troll, I see similar things over there and similar things over there, I can search in public records and compare phrases. Okay, that's probably the person. They use that specific word, that specific phrase, and after I have triple checked, yeah, it's that person. So I find things. I can't find shit on Michael Fosler. And when it's a person of Michael Fosler's character, which should leave traces every fucking where. My conclusion can only be that it's been scrubbed. And that is infuriating. Because he was a law enforcement officer in Hamlet, Indiana, which we now know he liked to visit middle schools and high schools, preying on minor girls. And then he had to leave the force, which tells us they knew about it, they gave him the option, fuck off. It's infuriating. It's really, really infuriating. But folks, let's go back to... I'm actually going to start over because me and Steve, we kind of get off the rails every time, and I love him for it. But let's go through Ian Wiffin and his interview from start to finish, because this is stupid.
Updated fiscal analyzer.
This Google search became
Genius, who was tied to the Karen Reed trial. We are here for the very first time to discuss this with you.
We are coming on the air with breaking news. Karen Reed walking out of court with hand over heart and a major win in her murder trial redo.
Just to catch you up, in case you've lived under a rock or avoided social media and the news, Karen Reed is a Massachusetts woman who earlier this summer was acquitted of murder in her boyfriend's tragic death. This was her second trial. So Ian, I believe the first trial ended with a hung jury, and it was a mistrial, so she had to go through it twice. You had to go through it twice.
No.
More of her
First of
background.
all, no, Ian Wiffin didn't have to go through anything. He was an expert witness who testified in both trials. That is not going through it all the way Karen Reed went through it all. It's not like he had to do any fucking thing about being there that specific day to testify.
Her boyfriend, John O'Keefe, was a Boston police officer. And in January of 2022, he was found dead in the front lawn of another Boston police officer's home in a Massachusetts suburb in the early morning hours in the middle of a blizzard. I'm not going to get into the details of all of the basics and the foundation of this case. You have read it, you've heard it. I'm sure Ian will allude more to the digital evidence and what that spoke for. But the prosecution accused Karen of driving drunk and backing into John with her SUV and then fleeing the scene, leaving him to die in the snow. The defense said that Karen Reed was innocent and dropped John O'Keefe off at home and left.
No, she did not. You're Cellebrite, a multi-billion-dollar company, doing some rectifying BS interview, and you don't even get this simple fact right. She did not drop him off at home. She dropped him off at the Albert's house at 34 Fairview and nothing else. How can you get that wrong?
They said he was beat up in the home and dumped on the lawn. So this is where the conspiracies really came out. The police officers apparently were involved and covered it up. So
why are you using air quotes? Why are you using air quotes? You're Cellebrite, a neutral party in this case. Why the fuck are you using air quotes?
So everyone has their own opinions. We've seen them all over social media, but that's really the basics of the case. This case is like a super onion with so many layers. The more you peel back, you're like, what is actually happening? It was a media circus, extremely high profile, and our very own Ian Wiffin was kind of the ringmaster at times of that circus. So Ian, seriously, I applaud you. One, for your patience and not flipping out. I know many times I wanted to flip out on your behalf. So I was emotionally in this with you, but you did a fantastic job. For those of you that don't know Ian, he's not just the brilliant mind of forensics. He is also our decoding manager here at Cellebrite. So Ian takes all the things that are stored in that lovely brain of his and tries to dump it back into the tools for everyone else that needs Ian's brain to help us solve our digital forensic investigations. All right, Ian, you ready for some questions?
I am. Go for it.
And then we'll have some fun at the end too. All right, why were you brought into this case?
Okay. So I initially got involved in this case after a true crime podcaster contacted Cellebrite asking for clarification because of some things that he'd seen in other people's blogs, some things that had been...
Why the flaming F are you getting involved in a case because of a blogger? Why? You are hired by the prosecution or the defense, depending on case. Why would you get interested because a blogger contacts you? And folks, remember this. The prosecution claimed they could debunk the 227 search a week before they contracted Cellebrite. So why do they claim they were involved because of a blogger?
Tweeted related to an artifact that Physical Analyzer had passed. Basically, police had obviously extracted a bunch of phones at the time of John's death, done their own analysis, including the analysis of a witness's device, which was written off at the time as not containing anything relevant to the case. About a year later, defense experts took that same extraction and ran it through Physical Analyzer as well, and now found a timestamp which they thought was a smoking gun. The timestamp itself was related to a Google search, the infamous Google search, "Host long to die in the cold," which is an obvious misspelling of the term "how long to die in the cold." I'll say that this search had actually been found initially by police using Physical Analyzer 752, but at that time, the timestamp attached to it was around 6:23, 6:24 a.m. after John's body had been found and therefore deemed not evidentially significant. However, when the expert for the defense took the same data, they used a newer version of Physical Analyzer. This newer version had additional support. Obviously, we always add support for new artifacts as time goes on. And this new artifact support for a database called Browser State gave a timestamp of 2:27 a.m.
So your older version did not show this. Your newer version showed this. So how do we know your older version is correct in other cases? If a newer version shows different things and other things. When you go in for the when you have gone in, Cellebrite, whoever expert is on the case for the past 10 years, testified about the accuracy of the older versions. How correct is it? Now, it's correct for the time being, but some of your testimonies has put people in prison for life. And here you are saying, oh, the new version showed this.
For that same Google search. And that's important. 2:27 is a really important time because that would mean that this is around 3.5, 4 hours before John's body was found, implying that somebody had some knowledge that he was outside dying in the cold before anybody should have known that that was the case. So this Google search became a pivotal piece of evidence for the defense to try to prove that someone other than Karen was responsible for John's death.
So a few things. I have many comments on this one. Cellebrite updated Physical Analyzer based upon your research and what you learned in that case, so that people who don't understand how to validate, don't have time to validate, and for better lack of other terms, press buttons to get answers, the answer will be correct in their face going forward.
Yes, I think we always try to provide information which is correct to the best of our knowledge and ability at the time based on the research. We always want to give information which can be verified by the examiners. And in this case, once I started to look at the data and look at the evidence, I determined that the timestamp in the browser state database was related to the time that the tab, so the browser tab actually took focus, and not the time that the search occurred or the navigation event occurred. So essentially, if you imagine opening up a brand new tab at 10 a.m. in the morning, using it to search for 30 minutes or so, visiting numerous web pages during that time. When you eventually close that tab, a record's created in the browser state database saying the tab opened at 10 a.m. The last page that was visited, the one that was visited at like 10:30, is this. So there's no correlation between the two. And that's essentially what my research was focusing on, that timestamp is not necessarily the time.
Why was your research focused on debunking something instead of how did this occur? Why was your research focused on debunking?
page was visited. It could be before, it could be after, but it's irrelevant to the actual URL. So based on that, we updated our decoding to remove any kind of confusion and to ensure that, you know, we give you the web page that was visited, but we can't say that this is the time. So we just.
So you had one version which showed one thing. You updated it, and all of a sudden, this 227 showed up. Then you updated the version again, which the update seems to be focused on removing something. How do you actually know that was the correct choice? Oh, this 227 didn't align with what the prosecution claimed. So we made a new version that took it off. You're supposed to be a neutral part. And here you are, in my opinion, telling us, oh, this caused problems. We don't really know why, so we removed it. Why?
Remove the time altogether because we don't.
And I think that's way better. And
so you didn't know why it showed up, so you chose to remove it. What did you do to actually verify? Because it sounds to me like, oh, we didn't know why, so we removed it. That's not especially scientific, is it? Because if you get an unknown thing in science, that should be your focus. Where did this unknown come from? What happened? You make the explanation, oh, da. But in the later versions, according to you, you simply remove it. So it will not show up. So in trials regarding crimes after 2020, what will it be? 2020, April 2025. Say everything that happens after that, this anomaly is simply removed. Why? Because you couldn't figure it out why it showed up? That's not good enough. Explain why it's a glitch. Explain why it's a ghost. But you can't just remove things because you can't figure it out.
something I wanted to comment to some of the social media trolls who have zero digital forensics knowledge in their bodies, but think
those are jurors, potential jurors, Miss Heather. If I were a defense attorney, I would clip that and ask in the next trial. So, people asking questions about why you between updates remove things from your results. Why are you calling those people trolls? Social media trolls. You're supposed to be a neutral party, remember? Miss Heather Barnhart. You're only there to present facts. So why are you calling people who ask questions trolls. Does not that show bias, folks?
They know better than our very own Ian Wiffin. Tools cannot be static in nature. A static tool should never be used in a forensic lab ever, because technology is constantly changing. These apps change, browsers change, and we adapt to it. So we have to just keep the research going and keep feeding our tools and making them better.
Of course, yeah. I mean, we have to update our tools constantly to account for bugs that may exist in our software, bugs that may exist in the applications that we're decoding, changes made by vendors, or simply because our understanding changes. And this is a perfect example of where the testing that was originally done focused on a particular use case. But this case brought to light additional use cases and different ways that data can be populated, and the possibility that timestamp probably isn't accurate.
Listen to that again. Probably isn't accurate. Probably means you don't know why. And just because, again, as I said earlier, you can't explain why, and your choice is to remove it, that's not good. I mean, this is on their own YouTube channel. This is their public statements from the Cellebrite company. Everything here should be used by a defense attorney going forward.
Great. So what you're really saying, Ian, is that Cellebrite chose to make the tool better for users, and we weren't trying to be some part of the giant conspiracy of Karen Reed.
Karen Reed was determined not guilty by jury. That's not a conspiracy, Miss Barnhart. Why are you why are you calling people who ask questions about the reliability of your findings after your earlier version showed, only this, the next version showed a different result, and then you chose, because you couldn't explain it, you chose to simply remove what you couldn't explain, and all of a sudden we get different results. How is that a conspiracy when you're saying it out loud?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, we would never modify our decoding or our tool for any other reason than to do what we think is forensically best. We want to give the users the information that we believe is accurate.
Believe is accurate is not fucking good enough. I don't give two shits on a straw in a flaming fucktard what you believe is accurate. I want facts.
And in this case, this particular artifact is super easy to validate. You can get any test device and test this out yourself. If we were to modify our software for any kind of nefarious purpose, it wouldn't take long before users realized and quite rightly took us to task for doing things wrong. Right? We only do things because we think it's right.
Well, Ian, I thank you for your time and what you do for this community. And for our viewers, next up, part 2. We're going to discuss testifying in court.
And let's go to part 2.
This was another level.
Let the evidence speak to you.
Karen saying that I was right is...
I just saw this tweet. Hello, everyone. Thank you for joining us.
This is part 2. Let's go through it. Part 1. Oh, you fucked up. Oh, you fucked up. Let's see how they do in part 2.
For part 2 of this special edition of Ask the Expert. I'm Heather Barnhart, and I have with me again Ian Wiffin, and we're discussing the Karen Reid case. If you didn't watch part 1, go back and spend the time to understand how Ian got involved in this case, some of the chaos behind it, and what the key digital evidence actually was. So Ian let the evidence tell the truth, and he simply testified to that truth. In part 2, we want to focus on that. So Ian was amazing in court. The judge was even smiling at you, Ian, when you were done testifying. I felt like everyone wanted to give you a round of applause. But in addition to this case taking its own life form, the Karen Reid supporters, all the noise at the courthouse, so much media chatter everywhere, you turned off your notifications. You were getting distracted by all of the noise. Before we even talk about how you prepared to do that, I will say, even in the Idaho murder prep, when I asked you, Ian, should I watch these things? Should I listen?
Yeah, folks. Heather Barnhart was involved in the Idaho 4 case. I don't know about you. Here's the thing. Here's the thing, folks. She might be a brilliant forensic analyst. Brilliant. But here, somehow, she's interviewing Ian Wiffin. That's a really bad choice. She's not trained to interview anyone. I don't know how Cellebrite thought this 2-part series of asking Ian Wiffin questions was best conducted by another forensic analyst. Whoever made that decision should be fired. What you should have done is finding an experienced reporter. Because this, I don't know anything about Heather Barnhart. She's not a good interviewer. She's actually really, really bad at it. This could have been done in a much better way had they used a PR firm or anything. But apparently they chose to do it in-house and with another forensic analyst. They could have had him on Andrea Burkhart. They could have had him on Ian Ronco. They could have had him on my show. But they chose in-house with a person who don't know shit about asking questions. Which, as Cat Williams says, which makes this interview idea worse. Because we haven't heard about Ian Wiffin for months. Most people forgot about Cellebrite. And all of a sudden, here we are with this clusterfuck reinforcing our notion that Cellebrite, it's not good enough. It's simply not good enough. That's bad.
To these things, you're like, absolutely not. Isolate yourself. That was some of the best advice that I think all of us could take. You need to let the evidence speak to you and not really let social media or the conspiracy theorists out there sway you.
Conspiracy theorists out there. Again, you're supposed to be a neutral party in a trial, just presenting facts. Why are you calling people asking questions conspiracy theorist? You know how to debunk conspiracy theorist? Present good facts. And let me tell you this. They are not presenting good fucking facts here. This is, folks, this is not meant for us who ask questions. This is meant for law enforcement, so law enforcement keeps hiring them. And if you're in law enforcement and thinks, oh, this is good, let's keep hiring these people, why would you give these open doors to smash in by clipping out things from this, which I definitely would do? I would clip the ever-living fuck out of this interview if I had a case where Cellebrite was involved, which was bad for my client. I would clip from this interview. Why are you doing this? Why are you saying this? Because this has been up for a week now. A fucking week. Because they think they did a good job. If you are a defense attorney handling a case with Cellebrite in, where Cellebrite findings are a crucial part, clip things from this interview and ask them, why are you calling people asking questions trolls? Why are you calling people asking questions conspiracy theorist? Isn't that a testament on you being bad at explaining? Why did you have to update your tool, which removed search results? Seriously.
In one way or another. All right, so we're going to talk about prepping, Ian. Prepping for this case, which we know you spent many, many hours doing. If you have not watched Ian testify, it's on YouTube, it's on Court TV YouTube, it's everywhere. I've had many students that come up to me after I teach for SANS and they say, hey, we make all of our new people watch this. Hey, we make even our trained investigators watch this. Because the way Ian can explain extremely technical details to, I think even my dad would understand what you meant, is astounding. So I personally thank you, and I love learning from you and watching you do this, but this is truly the masterclass. If you want to learn how to do courtroom testimony, you watch Ian Wiffin.
No. Oh, this is not good. Nope. Nope, nope.
I'm going to give you a little applause here. This is also why...
Miss Barnhart, you're supposed to conduct an interview, not a secret circle jerk. Why do you not behave professionally?
My family, the kids think Ian's a doctor because he's so smart. So he's Dr. Wiffin, according to our household. But I want to break you through, or
I take things that never happened for 500, Mr. Trebek. Yeah, that's about it. No, I do not believe for a single second what she said right there is close to the truth. Jesus Christ, this is cringe.
Walk you through, I should say, key concepts and advice and methodologies you use for people to testify successfully in court. So I'm going to give you your points and then have you just chime in with what do these actually mean to you?
Sure.
The first one, know your evidence and know it deeply.
So really there, I mean, it's easy to just create a report and present the data. But you really need to understand what that data means. How did that data get on the device? Why is it there? What are the other possibilities that could explain it? Is it deleted? If it's deleted, how was it deleted? All these kind of components that really mean that you understand the data rather than just showing what the data is on the device. Like, did somebody do a search, or is it the result of an autocomplete? Were they at a location, or did they just search for the location? There's so much data you can get from a device that can mean different things. You really need to understand what you're testifying to.
I love that. And I've been feeling the pain of that one myself. All right, next up, identify the make or break evidence. So make or break in quotes.
Yeah, so I think this comes with experience. After a while, you start to recognize not just which artifacts exist, but which are the important ones, which are the ones that you really need to spend additional time validating, verifying, testing, researching. If it's simply like an SMS message, for example, that exists on the device, it's pretty straightforward. We know why the SMS message was there. So it may be really good evidence, but it's also really easy to explain. And I think everybody in the world understands what an SMS message is. But if we're talking about something such as a location, for example, there are multiple reasons the location could be there. It could be really important information. So you really need to know why it's there. And that's why you kind of focus on it and do the additional validation and testing.
Fantastic. All right, now the third one, which I think personally is difficult. And this is where I could let my mind run for days on end. How do you prepare for the toughest questions?
I let my mind run for days on end. Legitimately, I go over all of my reports. I'll just mention as well, my reports are pretty detailed anyway. For example, for this second trial, I did about 150, 160 pages of reports. About half of that was the actual data, and about half of it was the testing, the research, the validation, everything that supported my opinion and my position.
Let's listen to that again.
The research, the validation, everything that supported my opinion and my.
Why would you research the things that supported your opinion? If you want to validate your research, you look for the things that don't support your opinion in order to show yourself. And defense and prosecution, I looked at every possibility here. Here, this jackass is saying what supported my opinion. That's not unbiased researched. That's bias. That's textbook fucking bias. I researched the things that supported my opinion. You're supposed to not form your opinion until after you researched the possibilities. So why the flaming fuck did you form an opinion and then searched for the things that validated it? Motherfucker. Hey, Dave. Is Nick drunk enough to cuss? I can cuss anyway. Let's see here. Where are we? 10, 25, 30, 80, 83. Plus 30, 113, 116, 126, 146. Folks, we are let's just we are rounding this up. We are rounding this up. We're only $4 away. We're only $4 away. We're spinning the wheel of regrets. Dun dun dun. Oh fuck. Oh fuck. I have so much booze, and here's Dave, and we land on fucking hot sauce. All right, here we go. Hot sauce it is. Oh, Dave is saying spin again. All right. Thank you. Let's see where it lands. It lands on St. Augustine, Florida bourbon. Where is it? There it is. Florida straight bourbon. Florida straight bourbon. Let's do this in. Dun dun dun. Buc-ee's. Buc-ee's. Thank you, Dave. I bring you flaming hot Cheetos. Hey! We have that in Sweden as well, by the way. I think. I have no idea. Cheers. Ooh. 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 Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Ooh. Thank you. Oh. Let's see. Oh, yeah. The next beer I'm drinking is Wake Up Dead Imperial Stout. Dun, dun, dun. Jesus Christ. 10.2. I drank this last time. It's 11.2. And now I'm having a beer that's 10.2. Jesus Christ. All right. It's Friday. It's only Friday once a week, which is better than Mondays. That is every week. Oh, thank you so much, Dave. All right, let's continue with this clusterfuck.
Position that I made in my report. So having all that information there is available for the prosecution to read. It's available for the defense to read. Everybody knows where I stand and why I stand there, and it's also useful for me while reviewing my evidence and looking back at it to understand and to remind myself this is why I have that opinion.
Yeah, but you just told us that you try to validate your opinion. You're not supposed to have an opinion until after you go through all the results. Really? Folks, this tells me they did not prepare at all for this. Because if they did, there are certain things here that could have been phrased differently in order to make themselves look better. We all would have seen it. I could have explained it, but it would have sounded better. So I'm actually thankful to Cellebrite to being bad at public relations, because they put Miss Bernhardt and Ian Wiffin without any preparation. None, apparently. Because there are a bunch of clips in this interview that can be used by defense attorneys to invalidate what Cellebrite is doing. It's so stupid.
Already tested this. I don't need to think about that too deeply again because it's already on paper. I also try to guess what are the questions that I'm going to be asked. Like, what is the real sticking point of this data? What's the question going to be, and how can I answer it? And there's no possible way that you can cover all bases. There was a few questions caught me out in this trial, but on the whole, I knew what to expect, and I had a good idea what I'd be talking to.
Yeah, I think if you put yourself mentally in both sides of the courtroom, it helps you be a better witness overall.
Oh, for sure. Put yourself in the position of the prosecution, of the defense, and of the jury. Like, do they understand, or are they likely to understand what I'm explaining here? How common is this kind of information to somebody who doesn't work in digital forensics?
Exactly. All right, so based upon that, your fourth tip is to tailor your approach on each case.
Not wrong, but after all of this, it sounds weird. Why would you need to tailor your approach if all you're doing is presenting the facts? Why? Why do you need to tailor your approach to each case if all you're doing is presenting facts? For me, it's not a bad question, but I don't like the phrasing of the question.
Yeah, this is really about how to conduct the digital investigation. Like, depending on the kind of case, depends on how you approach the data. The example I typically give.
Why? Why do you need different approaches to the data if you're only there to objectively tell this is what it showed?
If you've got a victim who's found at home, for example, location data may not be relevant because you know where they are, you know where they've probably been most of the time. But if you find a victim out in the middle of the road, in the field, or somewhere unexpected, then location data becomes a priority because you want to know where they were before this location. Similarly, communication data may not be relevant if you're looking at a vehicle collision, for example. But if you're in more of a domestic situation, then communication could be key. So
when it comes to collisions, timing is actually essential. Because I would assume that Cellebrite would be getting the question, was there activity on the phone on any of the colliding vehicles? Doesn't it? Same with location data. If somebody claims to be in the car and the location data says you're not in the car, this is weird.
It's really about tailoring how you conduct the investigation, how you write the report based on the kind of investigation it is, to make sure that you're focusing on the right elements.
Exactly. And I also think that we aren't sitting at a desk all day, every day, being investigators and examiners anymore. We are brought in to do specific things and validation and make sense of data that sometimes then expands to everything. So
for sure.
focusing on what's being asked, I think helps, but then speaking up when something doesn't make sense and needs to lead you down another path.
Yes.
All right, your final one. This is advice I could take in my everyday life. Block out the noise.
Yeah, so this particular case was kind of unique to me. Like I've testified in many cases before, several.
Not that long ago, he said, I got involved in this case because of a blogger contacting us. That's noise. Seriously.
Those have been relatively high profile, but this was another level. Personally, I found I had to turn off Twitter. I didn't open Twitter or X for probably about 8 months. I was very careful other social media platforms I was using to block out anything that was related to the case. I didn't want to know, basically. I don't want my kind of opinion to be shifted based on what I'm seeing online. All I want to know is the data that's put in front of me. That is the
Yeah, generally, yeah. Good thing. Once you're contracted, turn off your social media.
data that I have to testify to and understand. I don't need that outside influence. So essentially ignore everything apart from the data.
It also didn't
Well,
help
why
when you
did
had
you
a team of
change the
people
fucking
reminding you of
tool?
something they saw. I just saw this tweet. It wasn't helpful to you. So we
This is true.
apologize, Ian.
We
We had your back all along. But that's what you were so firm in your mind on, yep, I'm just going to ignore it. Me, I probably would have like poured myself a glass of wine and walked right into that chaos and then cried into my wine glass. So good for you.
You were involved in the Idaho 4 case. And now you're telling me if you were in the situation in the Karen Reed, you would have drunk yourself stupid and cried? Miss Bernhardt, that's not a good look.
Seriously,
I watered
it's
down the line.
it's a lesson for all of us. But now we're going to do, historically, this has been called mean tweets. And I remember seeing Peyton Manning reading something awful about himself where someone said he looked like a horse. It was terrible to watch these celebrities
Yes, if they're going to put up proper questions or bad takes.
read all of this. Ian, you're a celebrity in our household. So I am going to read these mean tweets or mean X's, whatever we call it, and see what you think about this. And
All
the
right,
names are blurred out. Okay. If you want, I could tell you, sometimes I can see how many views there were.
Don't need to know.
And there's a cuss word. So I'm going to say beep. Okay. Ian Wiffin didn't explain.
That made it worse.
He misinterpreted data to fit the prosecution's case. He screwed up in the first trial and changed his testimony and the @Cellebrite report for the second trial.
Interesting. I don't believe my position changed at all regarding the Google search in trial 1 and trial 2.
You changed the tool to remove the 227 search, and you don't believe that anything changed? Yeah.
And
But did you manipulate your report?
I presented the data from the device and demonstrated my position. Obviously, we changed the tool to reflect the new understanding.
Oh, you admit you changed the tool. Yeah. Isn't that strange?
But it was unrelated to what the prosecution may have wanted.
Yeah, upgrading your tooling is different than being a tool and modifying a report. So thank you.
100%.
Yeah, but you still upgraded the tool, which removed a result because you couldn't explain why that result showed up.
For not only 79 views, Ian, so the world didn't really even see that person. All right, you ready? I can't wait. I want to know what you guys think of the data. Tell Ian Wiffin to get lost and go do his job at Cellebrite. But you did do your job.
I did.
You fixed the tool. Oh my God.
Fixed the tool is kind of the problem because you could not explain the 227 search, so you tweaked the tool and removed that result.
Gosh, okay, here's another one. Seriously, I'd be curious to know how many taxpayer dollars we spent solely in an attempt to vindicate Jen McCabe. How much was paid to Ian Wiffin and Cellebrite to change their whole software to try to discredit the 227 Google search timestamp?
Okay, I'm quite happy to answer this one. My flight and my hotel was paid for twice. Other than that, I received and Cellebrite received nothing.
I love it. Okay. Doing it because you care.
Let's see here. Ian Wiffin claims he was only paid. What was it? Let's see here.
My flight and my hotel was paid for twice. Other than that, I received and Cellebrite received nothing.
Flights and room for 2 trials. Let's see here. The Norfolk County District Attorney's Office paid Cellebrite approximately $180,000 for services related to the Karen Reed case from 2022 through 2025. $180,000. That's more than flights and room. So yeah, yeah. Now, what he fails in, he claims he was paid room and flight. Yeah, but you were also paid for the extraction, everything around that, the analysis around that. You doing your report was also billed. So when he claims he was only paid for room and flight, it's a lie. Because, folks, Cellebrite is a private company, privately owned company. They charge for everything. So what? This is probably just, or he's talking about him personally. But it sounds really bad because we know they got paid for other things. Jesus fucking Christ. And folks, this is a production, what you're seeing. It was recorded, edited, and then published. Meanwhile, they could fact check everything in this to remove anything that sounded like bullshit, and they kept this in. For fuck's sake.
I love it. Okay. Doing it because you care about the data.
Doing it.
Okay.
Jesus Christ.
Because it's the right thing to do, for sure.
Yeah, and not saying who was guilty or who was not. For the record, anyone watching, I used to always ask Ian, like, so what do you think? So what do you think? Like, I just wanted his opinion, and Ian's like, well, the data shows this.
Exactly. That's all I can speak to.
All right. Now this one, 54 views. Okay. 54 people around the world saw this. Ian Wiffin was not credible. Come on. You're not
Okay.
credible, Ian. All right.
Okay. I mean, everyone has an opinion.
59 views. Ian Wiffin didn't destroy anything except at Cellebrites' credibility.
Remember that, this has this many views, that has this many views, and the first one, this many views. The second one, they didn't talk about how many views. Strange, isn't it? It's almost as if they are selective.
Okay. I mean, yeah, I don't know how to respond to that. I present the data. I believe from Cellebrite's point of view, we did the right thing. And yeah, I'll die on that hill.
Well, Cellebrite had your back 100% through and through on all of this. So I feel like our credibility skyrocketed because of your brain. So thank you. Seriously,
You're both hired by Cellebrite, and what else are you supposed to say? Maybe you should have hired somebody outside of Cellebrite to do this circle jerk of absolute Jesus fucking Christ.
we are trusted. You are trusted. I think our team of experts are more trusted now than ever before because of your testimony. All right. Now there's a new one. Okay. This is the best one. So there's a picture of Mark Zuckerberg in his gray t-shirt and you
Okay.
from your Artex website, or your double black in your gray t-shirt. And it says, am I on crack, or is Mark?
I cannot give a fuck if I survived to the last star in the sky burnt out. I couldn't give less of a fuck who Ian Wiffin resemblance.
Zuckerberg and Ian Wiffin essentially the same damn person. Hashtag Karen Reed.
My bank account would disagree.
You do look alike in this picture a little bit.
It's a very old picture.
You have the same haircut too, Ian. But you don't make as much money probably.
Guaranteed.
All right. So beyond all these mean tweets and all this ridiculousness and people just being social trolls, in the end, all
Fuck
over the
you.
battle of that 2:27 a.m. timestamp, in the second trial, Karen Reed actually said she was not having her defense expert return because Ian Wiffin was right.
Oh, you want to... No spoilers, but listen to this pile of garbage that they are about to reveal to you.
Are we going to hear from Richard Green in this trial?
No.
Why not?
I believe the evidence is all out and in part from Ian Wiffin.
How does that make you feel, Ian, that Karen said your name on the screen and said Ian Wiffin was right?
You lying sack of human excrement. Karen Reed's defense did not find a reason to debunk Ian Wiffin's because, as it was explained, his testimony, as was explained, if you would have played this a little longer, or as they didn't call a rebuttal witness against Ian Wiffin because his testimony was so bad. They didn't have to. Check with the attorneys in the trial. Check with Karen Reed, Turtle Boy, other people streaming. What Miss Barnard here is claiming that Karen Reed said that Ian Wiffin was correct is an outright lie. Ian Wiffin's clusterfuck on the witness stand made them sure we don't need a rebuttal witness because he damaged the state's case enough by himself. You lying sack of shit, you harlot, you moron. I don't care how much you want to protect the company you're working for. But do not lie. Everything else in this interview is about interpretations. This is a lie.
So I mean, it was validation. I was already confident in my answer. I knew I was right with it. I was disappointed that the defense didn't put their expert on the stand to put his opinion across and to have that kind of debate and to evidence their position. But Karen saying that I was right is a close second. I'll take it.
That never happened. Again, this is Cellebrite using their employees in order to bolster themselves to the world. And they lied. They chose to lie.
I love it. And I can't speak on behalf of Karen Reed, but how you did your report and the level of detail on what was on the device versus what was on your test device and how sure you were, that had to prove to her that she didn't need an expert of her own because you were an expert for everyone.
Yeah,
I tried to provide a balanced opinion. Like, I wasn't necessarily there for prosecution. I was there for the data. And whoever it helped, I don't really care. I'm just presenting the data that's there.
I love that. Well, Ian, seriously, thank you for being Cellebrite's top expert in my mind.
Yeah, this pile of garbage, Cellebrite believed, hey, this is good for us. Whoever is controlling their social media and public relations, this is not good. A bunch of these things that you claimed in this interview can be used by defense attorneys across the country to say, hey, if you can't explain shit, you will change your tool to fit the narrative of the person currently paying you. I would do it in a heartbeat because that is my interpretation. As a privately owned company, you do not leave these things for interpretation because both of you are expert witnesses at trials. This is bad. This is so bad, folks. And Cellebrite don't know. Now again, they are not doing this for us. They are not doing it for people who ask questions. They are doing this for law enforcement. Because law enforcement are the people who hire them, who paid them $180,000 to put Ian Wiffin on the stand to present what he claims are facts. At the same time, in this interview, he acknowledged that, well, we did an update on our tool, that it showed up new things that was good for the defense. So we made a new update that removed it. That should tell everybody that Cellebrite does not care about the defense. All right, folks. We are 4 hours in. It's almost 3 a.m. my time. It is 9 p.m. your time if you're on the East Coast. If I understand, I think Attorney Melanie Little is currently streaming, so I will be sending you off to Melanie Little. Folks, thank you. Thank you to Stringerbell. Thank you to Kettle Williams. To Stringerbell again. Fiery Red Podcast. Lily. Tankrat. Dave. Dear Reader Normal People. Palmyra Media. Thank you to Sticker Widget. Twice. Thank you to Wim. Thank you to Dear Reader again. Thank you to Auntie M. Thank you to Dave and Dave again. Thank you guys for making sure this channel is thank you for keeping it afloat. Thank you so much. And yeah, what else can I say? Thank you for allowing me to do this. From me and Mr. Jingles, who is right here. Come on, Mr. Jingles. Show yourself to the audience. From me and Mr. Jingles. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. I will see you tomorrow. I will continue reading from the Delphi trial. We are up to one of the things that I dread the most to read, because I know how infuriating it is to all of us. How Judge Gall handled the Franks motion. But I have to go through it. Tomorrow at noon Eastern Time. If you want to hear curse words you never heard before, you tune in tomorrow at noon. Because this will be extraordinary. But again, thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. You all have a good one. And I'll talk to you in the next stream and video. Bye-bye.
Raven waves, brothers, axes high, shields strong. From distant lands we gather.